Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh my goodness. Is that a secret code?
It is.
It is a
Help
secret
me,
code.
please.
Oh no. We do not have Clobberin Times hostage, I promise. It's that is not what's occurring. Oh my god. All right. So I rewatched this movie for this video because apparently I like tormenting myself.
Yeah, I rewatched it too.
Yep.
I didn't, by the way.
Oh my god, the rebel.
You know when I watched it?
What?
In 2013, the one and only time at the theater when I forced myself to go see it, but that's okay. My hatred is enough of memory for me.
You know, this might be your, I don't know. This might be your Dark Knight Rises, that you absolutely hate it that much.
Until 2017, it was my most hated movie of all time. In fact, recently, on my most hated movie stream, where a buddy of mine counted our top 25 most hated films, it was as before when we did it about 10 years ago, it was number one. It's a number two, so that's bad, right?
Yeah, I would say so. So this actually, correction. So I hate two movies pretty much above everything else. Although Wonder Woman 1984 might have taken the third spot. Because wow,
Yeah.
I hate the third Mummy movie. I think that would be my number two. Number one is obviously everyone knows The Dark Knight Rises. So this is, I guess, your Mummy 3, because yeah.
Yeah, it was always number one. The only, now, again, I'm sure I don't have to tell you what number one is because I said 2017.
Oh yeah.
But the only reason it's not, if we're jumping the gun, maybe we should wait if you want to wait. But if the only reason it's not number one now is because even though I love Superman far more than I love even Luke Skywalker, so it's a movie. As opposed to, in other words, his actual true existence is comic books. For me, if movies, if they make a crappy movie, I don't like it and it makes me mad or whatever, but that's not the be all end all of his existence. Luke Skywalker really, in spite of comics or books or things like that, his primary existence is movies. And the degradation of Luke Skywalker is, for that technicality, worse, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'd say that's a fair assessment. It's kind of like irredeemable what they did to him. Whereas like in Superman, you can kind of ignore the movie Man of Steel because there's so much more source material that it's kind of one of those you can be like,
yeah,
that happened. Yeah. Anyway,
Agreed. I still hate it, but I'm just saying, yeah, it's like you say, it's not his primary, that's not his primary art form. Yeah. He's a guest in cinema.
Yeah. It's one of those situations where it's like it can always get worse, right? Like, and destroying something in its primary medium is pretty pretty horrific. And interesting. I've never thought of it like that before, but yeah, you're right on that. I think it is worse when something is destroyed in its primary medium.
Which happened to Superman to me a long time ago, incidentally. So in the comics, so I'm used to this, having everything I love destroyed.
Yeah.
Been there, done that, huh?
Every single thing there is that I've loved. It's it's funny all this how we all talk about in the fandom and things like that. Star Wars, Doctor Who, Star Trek, and so many other things destroyed. Before all that started to happen, it had happened to me so many times in comics. But it's not that I love this. It's not that I love this that it's happening. It's just that I'm one of those who's used to it.
You're a veteran of
pain.
Yeah, you're a veteran of having your favorite IPs destroyed. Yeah.
Yes. I hate to do that to you.
Yeah. I mean, I get that.
And you know what, Eris? A lot of it happened before, and none of it had to do with politics. Unlike now, it was all just because it got screwed up in other ways.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, things funny. People think that everything is political. Funnily enough, it's not. I know this is hard for everyone to believe, but at one point, things could suck objectively and not because of politics.
Those were the days. Those were the days. How about when we were just arguing about the merits artistically one way or the other?
Yeah. The Dark Knight Rises sucks objectively
Right.
and has no politics. So, you know, that was a thing. I know we forget that is a thing that used to happen because everything is just injected. It's like the T virus, right? People just keep injecting this shit and it mutates it into this horrible abomination. And they're like, but it's so great. Look at it. It's beautiful. And it's this horrible monstrosity, like dying. And this monster on the floor that's like dragging itself. It's like, it's beautiful. It's like, no, it's not. Stop. Yeah.
I mean, like one more day destroyed Spider-Man really well. Not political.
No. And you said, like you said, the Dark Knight retires, as I call it.
Oh my God, that's so accurate.
I love that.
It's I mean, if you want to nitpick and try to find political things here and there, you can in just about anything because it's Hollywood. But no, it's just bad because of what it does to the character and what it did to the previous film and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I waited 4 years for that. 4 years. Dark Knight is my favorite movie of all time, and I waited 4 years, and that's what I got. And it hurt.
Are you telling me it's not in Batman's character to just fake his own death and not even tell Alfred about it?
Oh no, to cast Alfred out. Okay, we need to get off this topic. If we do not, this is for a different stream. And believe you me, people, I will eventually, and I might even do it, if I reach some like special, I guess, subscriber number or whatever, I might have a watch party for that. But we will definitely at some point, because I know what's happening, we will definitely at some point cover a video that claiming that Dark Knight Rises is great. I know it's going to happen. I know there are people out there that believe it, and I refuse to rewatch that movie, but I know it's going to happen. There's going to be a day. It'll be.
You're right.
Yeah.
And you're going to drag me into that, aren't you?
Obviously, you have become my co-host, and when you become my co-host, you will get drug on every abomination adventure that I decide to go on. And funnily enough, most of the time it's you taking on those adventures. So I don't know why you're saying I'm dragging you into things.
This is true. This is true.
I picked one video that we
I found all the others,
including this one. So. Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm the one being drug around for some reason.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So.
Just immediately throwing me under the bus. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I gave credit where credit's due. That knife cuts both ways.
Indeed.
Let's see. La la la. There was a time when only politics. I know. What? I know. It's okay. You don't have to be like super on time for this. We usually spend about like 30 minutes to like 40 minutes talking about stuff before we even get into the video. So no, it's fine. It's all good. We're one of these like, one of these long streamers, these endurance people. So like 30 minutes at the beginning of a show is nothing of us just talking about nonsense.
Oh, so, Colin P. Smith, you're right. I should have done that. No.
You're searching a sidekick before you take the job. I don't know. I don't know if I'd consider you a sidekick. I don't know.
Minion? What am I then?
Oh.
The Igor to my Frankenstein.
There you go.
There it is.
Walk this way.
If I can walk this way.
Yeah. Werewolf, their wolf, their castle. Great movie. Anyway, so upon rewatching,
speaking of great movies,
upon rewatching Man of Steel, so there's good things. I think the cast for the most part is really solid. Amy Adams is Lois Lane. I actually talked to Josh about this earlier this week. She like doesn't have the I think, what do you say? She didn't have the spunk, I think is how you described it.
Yeah.
She's not Lois that I knew, because I was introduced, my first introduction to Lois Lane was me watching the VHS tape of the Batman versus Superman movie. The actual one, the animated one. with Lex
World's
Luthor and
finest.
Joker. Yeah, with Lex Luthor and Joker team up.
Right. Dana
Yeah.
Delaney is the voice of
Yep.
Lois.
Exactly, and
Clancy
that was my
Brown and Mark Hamill. Yep.
Yes, yeah, the classic. Yeah, like the best version of it.
World's finest.
Yes, the word. Yes, exactly. And so when I go from that's my depiction of her, and in the animated, because funnily enough, I've never read a Superman comic. I have some. I've never read one, and so I go that's my Lois Lane in my brain, and then I translate that to Man of Steel, and I'm just like, what the? That's not Lois Lane. That just seems like vaguely Amy Adams acting like vaguely Amy Adams. That doesn't seem. That's not a character of Lois Lane, you know.
No,
Yeah.
I will admit I did like that she was able to use like investigative journalism to figure out where Superman was.
Yeah, no,
That
I
seemed
totally
to make
agree.
some sense to me.
That was good.
I wasn't too big on that myself.
Really?
Yeah, but if a child is able to do the things that Clark Kent was able to do as a kid, it would get out, and people would be able to figure it out.
It's one of those things where it's like there are problems in the movie that have led to this thing, but those problems have now been discovered by this other person, which is logical. So, like, in my opinion, I don't know. See, I don't know how like Clark's childhood was specifically, if this was accurate at all. You know, he seemed really, really. I don't know how anyone in that town didn't know he was Superman. Like by the time he became Superman, because like the things he was able to do was like
you can hide it. There was actually a very good Elseworlds book by Kurt Busiek where called Superman's Secret Identity that dealt with that, where he never really he kind of they just I won't go into it, but they kind of dealt with it from that standpoint of how the world would deal with it and how they would, how it would be kind of obvious. So
yeah, I mean, it's one thing. Okay, this is one of those. Well, because it's in the modern era, there are problems with the origin story now.
Yeah,
like when Superman was originally created, it's been a hot minute since he's been created, and back then the technology we have now literally did not exist. So to create a Superman in the modern era and have him grow up now, it's difficult because cell phones,
social media,
and so yeah, exactly. And it's hard. It would be much harder for him to grow up isolated.
Look at the neighbor boy pushing that tractor. Yeah,
like the school bus. It's like that shit's all over Twitter by the end of the day. Okay, like they've taken pictures. They have their phones out, and they're like, that's what's happening. So
that's right.
It's hard. It really is. You have to almost. You have to take either not ever approach those elements, or you have to take modern day elements out of the equation in order for it to make sense. So it's like when Superman was created, they did not think for a second that you would have cameras that could instantly upload into this giant network that anyone on the planet could access and see in an instant. They didn't think about that. That wasn't a concept. So his origin story no longer makes sense because of our modern day technology. So I almost wish they didn't have an origin Superman movie and kind of had a more established one, because also we have a more established Batman with Batfleck. So it would just make more sense, From a story standpoint, that's if you just leave out my hatred of the horrible bastardization of the character, which is my big thing about the film, that's my biggest problem. As soon as it was announced, I'm like, oh God, another rehashing of the origin, please, for the love of God. I don't want to see 4 hours on the origin. Why don't you just take off from scratch and just do a Superman story? I mean, and that to me is a terrible decision. I'm so sick of origin stories of these characters. Everyone, it's one thing if you're talking about an Iron Man when they introduce him, or even a Captain America or a Thor or a Doctor Strange. Fine, people don't know their origins. Everyone knows Superman's. Even normies know Superman.
Yeah, Superman probably has the most famous superhero origin story there is.
He and Batman.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a how do I put this? He's a household name. Everyone knows, everyone gets it. Krypton blew up. He was sent away. He is the last of his species. Yellow sun, good things. Kryptonite, bad things. Bald dude, evil dude. Yes. There we go. Grew up as a human being, has superpowers, and we're good. That's pretty much everything you need to know. That's it. That's like I was sitting there and I timed it. 20 minutes we spent on Krypton.
20? You sure it wasn't 2 hours?
It was 20 minutes.
No, it just felt that way.
I'm sitting
I'm not
there.
making a joke either, dude. It felt. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought it felt like 2 hours, but yeah.
No, yeah. And what's funny is that some of the most interesting parts of the movie, which is kind of, it's like, why didn't we could have had a whole Krypton, like separate Krypton thing? Like, why did you feel the need to do that? Like, I understand. Okay, I do understand from a standpoint, okay, we have to establish, yeah, Krypton's dying. We have to establish that why Zod is doing what he's doing. We have to establish the motivations for the villain and whatnot, which is really difficult when you don't have any really background between the main protagonist and the main antagonist, because they literally have never met until they do. You know, I can understand, okay, you wanted to have the parallels of his dad versus Zod and him versus Zod and whatnot, but
which they screw up later.
Hello,
I want you to be a bridge between the people of Krypton and Earth, and then later in the film, Krypton had its chance.
Screw it.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, yeah, exactly.
He goes against Jarrell's word.
The best.
Next Iron Man.
Yeah, funny. We had our little we have our little comic book roundtable meetings, and I mentioned this. Like, I didn't realize the first time I had watched this movie that there's such a heavy blue filter on 90% of the movie, and I'd never noticed it until I rewatched this movie. It's like dull sepia tones on certain areas, but mostly a blue filter. And I'm like, guys, Metropolis needs to be vibrant and bright. Yep. And someone who doesn't know very much about Superman, like when it comes to like the comic book sense, I know that, okay? I know that Metropolis and Gotham City are supposed to represent the day and nighttime of New York City.
Basically, yeah.
I understand that, like that, and so Metropolis needs to be this vibrant place where dreams can happen. It's like kind of utopian-esque, you know, but it still has. Yeah, exactly. It needs to have like it needs to be that bright, vibrant, colorful kind of thing, but still like it's still on Earth and it's still like a real place you could walk around. That's a delicate balance to walk, but. You know, when you have source material like the comics for decades, you can kind of draw things from certain eras and kind of mash it together in order to create the city that you want. However, it was so dark. You know, I'm just like, guys, just take the movie, select all on the movie, and just crank the brightness up just a smidgen, because y'all, like, there are no true whites in this movie. I know that sounds crazy, but when I say a true white, I mean like a bright white. So when you're looking for a color balance, you're looking for your blacks and your whites. And there is like no real white in this movie because it's too dark. The tone is too dark. Yeah. This whole conversation is going to get me canceled because people are stupid, but you know.
That's Snyder's holy MO. That's Snyder's holy MO. Let me tell you, I mean, that is, you know, when Snyder was approached to direct, Snyder had a lot of issues. As a Watchmen fanatic since the beginning of Watchmen, I had a lot of problems with his movie, and I like things about it, don't get me wrong, but I have a lot of issues with the way he did it, but visually it was one point. Nevertheless, he thinks every comic book character should be Watchmen. Christopher Nolan, who was put in charge of this thing, he didn't want to direct it. So he brings in Snyder. And Snyder, this is what really got me off on the wrong foot with him. In 2011, when he was announced and he was interviewed, the first things out of his stupid pie hole were, Superman's a dork. I never really liked him or anything. I said, you know what? Everyone's entitled to their opinion. If you don't like Superman or whatever, that's fine. But if you don't, call me crazy. I just prefer you not be directing this movie. If you don't like him or respect him, like Richard Donner did, for example, then hey, that's cool. You're entitled to your opinion. But don't, for the love of God, direct his film. But a lot of this is Christopher Nolan's damn fault. And he brought that gray you're talking about. Let's go to, a good example of that, in BVS, Bull versus, I won't say the word. There's a scene where Facebook Luthor is doing his villainy gloating crap, talking about
God.
The Dark Knight Detective versus the Last Son of Krypton. He goes, remember, he makes the statement, night versus day. That would be the way it's supposed to be. But he was wrong. In these movies, was night versus gray.
It's more like
Superman
twilight versus night. It's like,
exactly. But he's not day. Superman's not day. He's Mopey Man. And everything about him is down and depressing.
Yeah, he
I mean, Superman at no point, if he's getting picked on, like at the bar, and then he destroys the guy's livelihood. He destroys the truck. That is not who Clark Kent is.
That's not Clark Kent.
Pause on that, actually, entirely. That scene was completely wrong. The dude is okay. Imagine, all right. I want everyone in the chat just like close your eyes. I want you to imagine this. You're a trucker. You're sitting at some kind of diner on side road. You're
a dive bar,
some kind of dive bar, diner, whatever the hell, and this guy's kind of annoying you, so you take your frustrations out on him. Blah blah blah, not a big deal. And you've been drinking, and you got some food, and you're good, and you go back to your truck, and your truck is being supported and quote unquote supported by giant fucking logs that are piercing through it like needles, and it's just like it's just
and no one inside the bar heard the truck getting destroyed.
Heard it, and he's not even shocked. He's not even surprised. The look on his face is just like, huh. Like he just found a penny on the sidewalk. He's like, huh, okay, that's interesting. Like,
so stupid.
And it's just like, that's an act of God. I would have collapsed, okay? And if that's all I did, I would have been able to walk away with my dignity at that point, okay? No. That was such an odd scene. That would have made a lot of noise. That would have, somebody would have seen it, because cameras exist. Somebody would have, heard that, and he would have lost his damn shit.
Well, that scene in the outtakes of that horrible Brie Larson Captain Marvel film where you have that big ridiculous scene with the biker or the dude who hits on her, and
Don, yes,
right, the Don, and everyone who saw that with any kind of reason was like, you know what? Okay, he was just kind of he wasn't even really doing anything that bad, and she she has omnipotent powers compared to him, and she breaks his arm. She does. Everyone, again, it's so overkill. This is that times 10. And at least they cut that stupid scene out of the horrible movie. In this one, they leave it in there and like, you know what, Zack Snyder, for a guy who claims to want quote unquote realistic superheroes, that was about as unrealistic as it gets, especially for Clark Kent. He doesn't act like that. He's not petty. He would probably, like he used to do to Steve Lombard, pull some kind of goofy joke on him with his, to make him look stupid with his powers or something like that. But then again, that would be Superman. This movie has nothing to do with Superman.
Maybe heat up his beer so it becomes flat or something like that. He would not destroy the man's livelihood.
No, it would not Superman.
No, because it's not just that. You're not just affecting. Petty. Yeah, you're not just affecting him. You're affecting whatever that cargo was for. Yep. You're affecting them and then their business, and now they're in trouble and their bosses. It's like, what the hell, dude? Like, that's not.
It was thoughtless, like this movie is thoughtless. There's no thought went into this. This is Goyer and Snyder projecting themselves onto a character. See, Superman is not just a character. Yes, he's a character, of course. He's also an ideal, and he's a standard. And my biggest come to Jesus thing about this film with people who do like it is that, look, there's one or two schools on it. If you're fine with seeing Superman portrayed in this way, basically dragged down into the gutter to act like everybody else and not hold to his standards, then okay, and you can accept this movie and you can have a reasonable time. If you want the character held to his standards that he is created for, and that he is supposed to uphold, then it's bastardization on a grand scale.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Especially when, and I think I mentioned it last week, but my favorite comic book of all time is All-Star Superman.
I love it.
Yeah.
Comic.
Grant Morrison, it's gorgeous artwork, and it's Superman's dealing with his own mortality. And he goes through all these adventures with all these crazy alternate dimensions attacking, alien invasions, crazy monsters, everything like that happens. And he still finds the time to handle smaller problems. Like the girl who was going to jump off the building. Or
did you see the Cavill Superman doing that?
No, I can't.
I do agree that, like I said, there's a few good things in this movie. Most of the cast, yes, and I'm a sucker for Hans Zimmer. What can I say? What was it last week?
Daddy Hans.
No, I'm a sucker for Daddy. No, dude, I'm not even kidding.
I saw that.
Yeah, Daddy Hans. Yeah.
Oh, Daddy Hans.
I think what Clobberin's trying to say is that it's not who Superman. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. And again, he means a lot to me. He's a beacon. And yeah, here's the thing about that though. I got accused of when this all went down. I mean, is that of saying, well, you just want to be Pollyannish. You think Superman can't have a dark? No. Superman can be in a dark story. You just don't darken. Yeah. You don't darken Superman to do it.
Brightburn is the perfect example of how to do a dark evil Superman. Well, yes. Because it's Superman, but it's not Superman. If like you want to go dark Superman, you have to change a lot of things about him, and there has to be something substantial. Like for instance, in the I just blanked out on it. Injustice series. Like I get why he went dark. That makes sense. Okay, like all right, that's fine. But when you have a Superman this is supposed to be Superman, like Superman. And you're kind of giving him these weird kind of darkish like undertones, like vaguely villainous, like small
broody
things.
And
small things that if you were watching like a villain origin story, you would kind of expect, like, they don't go full evil immediately. It's small steps. And these kind of lean towards that. Obviously not as hard as Brightburn, but like it does lean towards that. And it's kind of odd because like Superman, I've always thought of Superman as he's a Boy Scout. He's kind of goody two shoes. Yep. He never held a lot of interest.
Clark Kent is a Midwestern guy. He's from a small town, so everyone helps each other and that kind of thing. So it's part of his upbringing to just, you naturally just want to help people. And because of his powers, he's able to help a lot of people. That's so crucial to
Superman. And he loves it.
Yes.
In BVS, they because Snyder got criticized for this one about no real superheroics in Man of Steel, which really there is none. It's just a big punch up. He threw some scenes in there, if you'll remember, with Superman, quote unquote Superman, Mopey Man, flying around helping people, and you go, and does he smile about it? Does he look like he feels good about it? He's like,
no, it's shot in a very dreary way.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
but he's also like, oh yeah, I saved you guys. Whatever. Are you happy now? I saved you. Yeah. Of course, he does still stand in a courtroom full of people and let it blow up, and then stand there when everyone's and he's looking around, and when it's over, goes, oh well, I guess we're done here, right, guys? Sucks to be you. I didn't know you guys weren't invulnerable. I could have got you out at super speed so fast you'd make your head swim, but no, you guys blew up. That's your fault for not having superpower. Screw you. Let's go have lunch. Not let's. It'll just be me, of course, because you're all dead.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of. They gave him a very big. It's weird because in like Batman versus Superman, they give him this big like Jesus push, and it's not. It's weird enough because like Superman's literally not Jesus like in any way. Like there's really no comparison. I could understand that like cults and a religion being formed because. Especially if he was one of the first superheroes to like exist, like I can understand that. That makes sense to me. But like people basically giving him like the Jesus treatment, that's weird to me. And also like he wouldn't.
There's also the fact that Superman was created by two Jewish men, so there's no Christ allegory in his story. It's closer to Moses.
As a matter of fact, when they originally conceived him, he was a villain.
Yes,
the story they were doing. So Jerry Siegel, when he was conceiving him for a story, because there was a character in a pulp many years earlier that Siegel had read called It was called, well, I think it was originally called Man God. Well, they called it Man God for the adaptation. Actually, it was it had a different title by Philip Weil. I forget the title of it now, but it was basically that kind of that story about a superpowered guy, but he kind of forgotten about it. Then he was going to make Superman a villain in a story. And then Jerry Siegel's father, again, this is so comic book. I mean, this is his father was a cop in Cleveland who was killed in the line of duty by a criminal and a shot. And, you know, he, in his mind, he created Superman as a guy who bullets could bounce off of before that, because of that and stuff. But he also created a guy that would stand up for the little guy. You know, it just kind of built on him from there. But he was created from a place of pain to be a beacon, to be someone that you could look up to. That's what, hence the costume. Now, costume superheroes, there were a couple of costume heroes per se that had similar, not necessarily costumes. The Phantom does predate Superman. A couple of pulp heroes do. But, you know, Jerry Siegel, they decided, and they thought it was this is inspired when you think about it. We just take it for granted now. He goes, let's have a specific look for him. And let's, you know, since he has super strength, they put him in like the circus strongman outfit. That's kind of what it was based on, that costume. And because he should have a certain look to it. And that became the superhero costume. And it made him a symbol. See, people always say, well, you know, they like to tone down costumes in movies because they think it would look silly in real life. And said, well, since we're never going to have superpowered people in real life, yes. But if tomorrow someone popped up that we could actually really could fly and move battleships and stuff, if they were wearing a brightly colored costume, it wouldn't look silly to us anymore. We go, that's a symbol of that guy, that person that could do that. So, and Superman is a symbol.
Yeah. Well,
this is why I wanted Clobberin Times on here. I never heard that story about his father. That's great. That's interesting.
Yeah. Loki, I know, but when you're writing the scripts, like, you do have control over what their reaction is, and a lot of it has to do with that as a reaction. It's because I understand, like I said, the religion, kind of the cult aspect, that makes sense to me, but that movie, I know we're supposed to be talking about Man of Steel, but Batman versus Superman really turned into the Jesus thing, like, to the point, like the way that they had him like move and stand, and the lighting around him. It's like they hit that real hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
They even have him die, and then he's resurrected in the next movie.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. It was.
If only it was 3 days later, it would have been perfect.
Yeah, Gladiator. Thank you. I know it's forget the Philip Weil Paul. Thanks, Steve Mitchell. That Marvel adapted it, called it Man God, but it was Gladiator. Thank you. But see, another thing you talked about, Injustice. Personally, not my bag, because I don't like doing that to the Superman character. But the counter to that was, are you even familiar with an Elseworlds book from the late 90s called Kingdom Come?
Yes.
No.
Yes, Mark Waid's a nutbag, but it's a great book by Waid and Ross. And in that one, rather than Superman going evil with what happens to Lois Lane, he just quits for about 10, 15 years, 10 some odd years and stuff. He just, but in that story, when Lois Lane is murdered by the Joker, the character called Magog comes along, and he's a more brutal, savage type of a quote unquote superhero. And he flat out murders the Joker. Well, Superman catches the Joker, the man who killed the woman he loves, and still doesn't murder him. Magog does. And then Superman quits because all the people that said, we don't want superheroes to mamby-pamby anymore. We want them to kill like Magog does. So he quits, and everything goes to shit because superheroes just started, fighting amongst themselves and killing anybody they want and all that kind of crap. Kingdom Come is a story about Superman coming back out of retirement. And the first thing he says to all these, look like there's tons of superpowered beings running around just doing whatever the hell they want because they have costumes and powers. And he goes into this bar where they all hang out, and he walks in and they go, oh God, it's Superman. They don't have, And he tells them all, we're going to cut this stuff out right now. This is going to stop. You just doing whatever the hell you want. Heroes act in a certain way, and this isn't it. And he says, we're reforming the Justice League, and if you're not with us, hey, we're going to take you down. And he makes a lot of mistakes in that book, but he does say one last thing to these punks with superpowers. He says, be heroes, be better. And then, of course, the book is about a war between all the superpowered people. It's actually a really good comic. And, of course, Batman starts his faction, and there's a war over it. But the whole underlying meaning is superheroes have responsibilities. If you have powers and you have a costume, you're a symbol, and you don't have a right to just do whatever the hell you want. Like in Man of Steel, how many times this so-called Superman does whatever the hell he wants and doesn't care about anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He even says at the end of the movie, after he destroys the drone, I will help, but it's going to be on my terms.
Yeah. Why did he do that? That was so un-Superman-like to destroy that thing.
I know. That was awful.
It's like, here, you know what? I'll help you guys, but if you mess with me, it ain't going to go good for you. That's not, Superman doesn't do that.
No.
But he's not Superman. They only use the name. They only use the word twice in the movie. Derisively, by the way. Derisively.
And this also has absolutely nothing to do with Henry Cavill. Because he had the potential to be a great Superman.
Such a good casting choice.
I like him. Oh
my God. He's such a good casting choice. I'm mad they didn't give him shit to work with.
Because he's got the look. He's got the build. He's got that winning smile. He's a good actor. He's got that it factor of the women want to be with him and the guys want to be him. He's got it all.
Even I like him. I hate the movie. I was like, that guy could be, that guy could play Superman. He'll probably never get the chance, but especially Jar Jar Abrams in charge now.
Oh,
yeah, that's right.
But yeah, no, nothing. I don't think anyone ever had a problem with Cavill.
No,
that's one thing that
he does what he can with the role, with the movie he has to work with.
Yeah, absolutely, and he should play James Bond. Damn it, for long so.
Right, because he's technically British. Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard him talking in an interview, and I was like, "Oh, finally, one of these rare British people that can actually speak with an American accent properly. Well done." Sorry,
it is a little weird that probably the three most famous superheroes in the world, Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man, are all played by Brits right now.
Yeah,
that is weird. Yeah, and then Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman makes total sense to be. I was about to say, and Wonder Woman, and then but Wonder Woman makes total sense to have an accent because of her origins.
Yes.
Yeah, she's Greek.
Has Cavill ever, other than Man of Steel, has he ever been in a film where he had to do an American accent? I don't know.
Possible?
I think wasn't Man from U.N.C.L.E.?
Oh yeah, okay. So I didn't see it. I'm a big fan of the old show, so I avoided that movie. But people say it's good.
No, it's a good movie. I would suggest it. Yeah.
Napoleon Solo is always will be Robert Vaughn, but I'll watch it one day, even with Armie Hammer in it.
Oh yeah, Armie Hammer went off on a. He lots of interesting. I'm not. Yeah.
He should play Hannibal Lecter.
Oh, boy. Typecasting.
Yeah,
typecasting.
He knows his material.
Yeah, that's actually big facts. Oh my God.
Yeah, I love the show, so I just never watch it. I hear it's good, and I will definitely, if it's ever on somewhere, I'll look at it.
Yeah. Okay, so this video, this fun video that we're about to watch, is saying that not only is Man of Steel a good movie, it is a great Superman movie. And those are two very different things. So
yeah. If you might just give a little bit of context to me, so then one of those things, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I do hate this movie. I don't hate any nice people who like it. And I'll say that because I went through a lot of stuff in 2011 and 2013, including a lot of death wishes, and I had idiots making videos about me on YouTube, trashing me because of my Facebook group that's based on my then podcast that was on BTR, which you have been an honored guest on. I was honored to have you as a guest, Aris. Yeah. And there was, the Snyder bots, as I used to call them. And by the way, if you're just a nice person that we disagree with on my people that I had on the show, I have people on the show all the time that liked this movie, that we talked about it. We had all opinions are welcome, but a lot of them are cultists. The Snyder Bros, I think, is who's it? Tom calls them, or whatever. The Snyder Bros, Snyder bots, as I call them, and a lot of them are absolutely nuts. But there were people on the other side that hated that movie that were not very nice either. I hate the movie. I don't hate any people. I'm not trash. If you like it, hey, that's your opinion and everything. But there have been a lot of people that think that they take it personally when you when you criticize this movie. And it's like, oh, look, I mean, I don't even hate Zack Snyder. I have problems with him. I hear he's a nice dude. Sure he is. But I hate his take. I hate that his nihilistic take where he took Superman into the gutter with this thing, made him act like everybody else when he's supposed to be an ideal. And so, hey, no, but it's not a personal attack on anyone else. Sorry, but I wanted to get that out there because back then, oh my God, dude, the fights, they were bad. Sorry.
No, and I totally understand. But when we do this, we're not doing this. How do I put this? When we go through this, it's kind of objectivity based. We're looking for arguments, and like we want this person to be able to convince us of their point, right? Because that's kind of, or at least like make us not really convince us, but give us something to chew on, right? Like, okay,
I just want to laugh and mock at them.
Maybe this movie is great. Okay, all right. Well, there has to be one of those in the group, right? I like the idea. I really like the idea of being challenged, kind of on my beliefs.
Sure.
And for them, I want them. It is a challenge. It's like, okay, you have put this statement out into the ether with this video attached to it. Now I want you to back up what you said. I do already have a few issues. I haven't even started this video, and I have a few issues. You see how it says video essay? You notice that? Okay. Then I want you to look down at the time of this video essay.
10 minutes and 53 seconds.
Mm-hmm. So when I hear video essay,
Cliff Notes?
I'm thinking at least minimum half an hour. Mm-hmm. Bare minimum half hour. So when I'm seeing 11 minutes thereabouts and video essay, because a 10-minute video is the standard length for most YouTube videos, because you get that extra ad you get to put that extra ad in the middle of it. You get to up your ad revenue. That's kind of been the norm for years since YouTube kind of put that into the algorithm, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I do not add video essay and normal YouTube video length in the same sphere. That doesn't make sense to me. I already have an issue with that, but.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he does this in 10 minutes. Back, I wrote an insanely long review that pissed a lot of people off back in 2013. I admit it was just ridiculously the amount of words. So much so that when I started here on YouTube, I did a video one day back in June or whatever it was, where I read my review out, because it's been a long time, obviously, but I also added my own caveats to it and didn't change that much, but I just, put it in context so people wouldn't think I was just being mean, because the review was, it was pretty rough. And I did a video reading my review and then, explaining certain things, and that took an hour and a half.
Yeah. See, it's when I feel like a video, like just calling it a video essay bothers me. Like if they didn't call it, I wouldn't even bring it up. The link doesn't bother me if you don't call it a video essay. But at 11 minutes, it's not a video essay.
We can make it last, though.
Yeah, I know. I definitely. Like, we're 45 minutes into this bitch. We haven't hit play yet.
You are, boss.
So, yeah. No, when we do these, I have my reasons. Josh has his reasons. It's not. We're not attacking the person.
No.
We are judging what they're putting out into the ether. You have made a public video on a public website that anyone can access, and you've made a bold claim that is kind of controversial, not nearly as controversial as some of the other things we've watched, but kind of a hot take, and we're here to see what their evidence is.
Yes.
Or Josh's case, he's here to make fun and laugh at people.
So such a mean McMean face, Josh.
11 minutes.
I am an alien fox. What do you expect?
That is true. 11. He doesn't abide by our traditions.
That's right.
And whatnot.
I have my own morality. Don't judge.
Yeah, 11 minutes.
That's speciesist.
That is true. These are
Hail to the chat, by the way.
Hi, chat. Hello. I've kind of stopped reading out everyone's name because I can't figure out how to do it and not sound awkward as fuck while doing it. And the less I sound awkward as fuck, I think the better for everyone. So, yeah, until I can insert some of my top tier charisma into me reading out the chat names. I'm just gonna say hi, hello chat, hello,
chat,
hello chat. We went British for some reason. I don't know why.
And I don't know why.
Oh my goodness.
Hello chat. How are you doing this evening?
Oh no.
Yes. Hello. Hello.
Shall we begin this poppycock?
Oh god.
Yes, proceed, sir.
You know,
Madam. I'm sorry, madam. Yes.
I gotta say, I now need that voice, the pompous Brit, to like talk to Peter, like Peter Wayland, Loki's character. I now need that. So y'all you two kids need to get together and have that happen because that now must happen.
I'm sure we could work something out.
Excellent. All right. All right, guys. All right, chat. Get ready.
All right, let's do this.
We're about to hit play. All right. Whew. Okay.
So you guys keep it on the...
I didn't share audio. Fuck. I knew it. I felt it in my soul. I started it and I was like, wait a second. I didn't share audio at all.
I'm already pissed off. How dare him use that S from Superman the movie?
Oh no.
You little punk.
Oh no.
How fucking dare you? So
how fucking dare you? How dare you? I love that that's a meme. That was beautiful. Get Clobberin to read them out.
What I do? No. Read what?
No, the name. No, they now want you to read out the names. No, we're gonna watch the video now, guys. Guys, hello. We've been here. You've been here for 50 minutes. Hello, everyone. We're past the greetings. I've given you 8 greetings now. We're going into the video. Chat.
Chris Persia got it.
My chat is so demanding.
White border.
I was testing everyone, including myself, and I failed my own test. So we're just gonna go.
And there's a white border on the screen.
Nah. Okay, we're good now. We're fine. Everything's fine. It's peace and happiness, and that will soon be demolished by this video, I'm sure. But you know, stranger things have happened. So.
What happened to the Man of Steel? For years, he was considered a film icon, setting the stage for the likes of Tim Burton's Batman, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe as we know it. Superman was always a character that modern audiences knew about, and older generations.
Yes.
No. Pissed off at him using real Superman there.
Oh no.
But that's fine.
It's okay. It's all right. No, it's fine. Everything's okay.
Loved dearly thanks to Christopher Reeve's portrayal as the Man of Tomorrow. But after the massive failure that was Superman 4: The Quest for Peace, the character was shelved for 19 years. But thanks to the success of Fox's X-Men and Sam...
Sorry. I'm living in a future era of pre-Dark Phoenix. You know, when the X-Men didn't go out on Logan, they went out on a piece of shit. So I don't know.
Technically, they went out with New Mutants.
Oh no! It got worse. It got worse. I, like most of America in the universe, and
completely forgot about it.
We have blacked that movie out of our memory because we don't want to remember that happened. So.
Raimi's Spider films. Warner Brothers felt it was time to bring back their heroes to the silver screen.
No, that's not what happened, and you know it. They saw Marvel raking in the dough, and they wanted a slice of the pie. Sit there and tell me that there was... Yeah.
Yep. That's age-old with Marvel or DC. They always rip each other off, and one makes something big, the other one's going to follow with something. That's the way it's always been.
Yes. Yeah. DC owned the animated universe forever. Okay. And Marvel, like, fun fact, anybody who really wants a good laugh, go watch the old Avengers, not the 2012 one. The old one. The one with Captain America with rubber ears. Okay. You want to laugh, go watch that. Okay. Marvel used to be atrocious when it came to cinema. It's only been in recent years that they actually figured out how to put a movie together and like make a.
Marvel's only successful show was the Hulk back in the day.
Yes, like That's it was. Wait, do I turn the video sound up? Oh, is the sound not up? Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Okay. All right. I will see if that's better. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. It's a little quiet compared to the piano. It is a quiet video. Usually I don't have to like.
Do we all have to put the sound up on it?
No. It's just mine. Okay. Yeah, we're fine.
Because otherwise I'm getting double sound. So.
Okay. No, you're good. But yeah, no, it's Wow, I just realized, yeah, you would get double sound. My brain just decided to focus on that instead of whatever important thing I had to say, but whatever.
Sorry.
How dare you say something on my panel that I invited you to?
Don't hurt me, please.
We're supposed to simp for heirs, Clobberin, okay?
That's true. We look like simps, like these two characters right here from this crappy art.
I love it. I love that Batman has that swimmer bod. It's just like he looks.
That makes sense for Batman. Yeah,
he looks like he's posing for a body pillow on an anime. He's got that. Yeah, girl. Look at
I need that David Hogg pillow.
Hips out. He's clearly he's flexing his abs like
David Hogg pillow. Yeah, but to be fair, I've seen worse. I'm just saying it's not. Batman looks a little weird.
Oh yeah. No, I've certainly seen worse too, but that doesn't mean I can't make fun of the mediocre.
No.
Yeah,
they got the right costumes, sort of. So.
Yeah. We're good. Yeah.
Given that.
And reintroduced the world to Batman in 2005 in a unique and interesting way, delivering the first part of what many consider to be one of the greatest film trilogies of.
No. Fuck off. No. The Dark Knight trilogy is not good. The Dark Knight is very good, and Batman Begins is pretty good too. Right. Dark Knight Rises is one of the worst things cinema has ever burst into my eyeballs. Okay, that is not. I cannot say the Dark Knight trilogy is good because one of the movies is so atrocious that.
Agree. It's not just a horrible trilogy. Yeah.
Yes, it ruins the whole trilogy. Okay, like you know.
Yep.
But doesn't everyone sent for the women of Valhalla and Valhalla? I don't want. I'll be completely fucking honest. I don't want anyone simping for me. I don't like it. I like to be challenged. I like to be valued for.
You're right, Eris. You're right. You're absolutely right, Eris.
Fuck off, Josh.
Give me a sandwich, woman.
Oh my goodness, we went the whole different direction. Are you sure? I mean, it's gonna take a minute, and I can wait. I'll forget to make you a sandwich, and I'll make me a sandwich instead.
That's fair. That's a fair call.
Yeah. So it's just one of those. I'll order you McAllister's and send it your way. That will be me making you a sandwich.
Is that a Southern chain or something?
Yeah.
Yes, McAllister's really good. Jimmy John's really good too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of.
They're not up here.
Jersey Mike's is awful. All right, I just lost all potential sponsorships from Jersey Mike's. I know we're weeping here.
Oh no.
I know.
Gotta think of the brand, Eris.
Yeah. At some point, I'm gonna have to,
Firehouse subs.
Oh no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
I do like Firehouse. They're up here.
I like their message. I just don't. I don't like all of my sandwiches warm. Sometimes I want a cold one. I don't always.
They don't do cold ones?
No, they're all hot. I mean, it's Firehouse, but
I didn't realize they would make you a cold one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all warm sandwiches. It's very strange.
Yeah, but they have really good meatball subs there.
There you go. Yeah.
But I don't like meatballs.
There's no pleasing some people.
I know. I also don't like tuna salad. I think it smells like cat food.
What?
Tuna smells like cat food. I'm sorry.
I might need to rethink my association with you.
I'm breaking the news to you. I know. It's heartbreaking for everyone, but you're eating cat food. And I know because I grew up having cats. And so, yes, I'm very, my dad would make tuna salad sandwiches. And like, there is no discernible difference with my nose between the cat food and him making that sandwich. Like, there's no difference. And I just associate the two now.
Yeah, but Chris Persia does have a good point. He says, you don't like Tom Hardy. Your punishment will be more severe. Stupid Bane voice.
I was a fool to even
God, my voice really does suck.
Colin, are you trying to simp? Is that what's happening? I can hear you kneeling. Stop it. I can hear you putting on the white knight armor and putting on the fedora to like tip to me. Stop it. What can I say? I like, I don't like weak men. What more can I say? Don't you love Tom Hardy? I swear to God, when he started using that voice, he did it as a joke, and they just like said, "Oh, that was good, Tom. Yes, that was amazing. Continue doing that." And he was just like, "Oh,
Mexican Iron Man."
Eris is no joke. She sees right.
Jesus Christ.
No, sweetheart. I see right through you and your bullshit, okay?
Brown people. Jesus.
Fedora I have, but in armor? Oh, okay. I know it's a lot to ask to have armor. Oh my God. Okay, anyway, so apparently this video is so boring, we went off on a sandwich and simple tangent. Good news.
We're not even a minute in.
Good news, everyone. This is going to be very exciting. Hey, look, Bruce's parents died again.
Batman Begins.
Great. Sorry. No, you're good. I clicked on it too.
And in 2006,
my screen was on something different. Oh, there.
Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, many found the film to be too similar to the Superman films of the past, and the mixed reception.
No, it wasn't.
No. That wasn't the problem with that.
Oh, I don't know anything about this movie. What?
You seen it?
No.
It was basically purporting to, and I don't think it's Brandon Ralph. I wasn't big on the costume until we saw worse ones later, but the movie focused on him being Mr. Mopey as well, but also we're supposed to believe that, they were kind of wanting you to think it was sort of 5 years after the other films from the 80s. You're supposed to just kind of sort of de facto that, and you're supposed to believe that Superman left Earth for 5 years looking for Krypton.
Wait,
and,
I forgot about that part.
It was so stupid.
How would he not know it was destroyed? How would his?
He didn't. Someone told. He got info that it was not that he could find part of lost Krypton City or some shit like that.
What, like the Death Star and Rise of Skywalker? Just like a piece. A piece just fell gently onto this
or something moon. Like that. If I remember, you may remember, Josh. I can't remember exactly what.
Glass and
Krypton.
I don't. I haven't seen the movie in such a long time because it's so bad.
But Superman wouldn't leave Earth for 5 years.
No, he would not.
Roth, it's a shame. He's sort of like not quite as good as Cavill, but a guy that in a good movie could have been fine.
Yeah.
Roof or whatever he's saying his name, but yeah, it's and he's a mopey jackass. Not a jackass. He's Superman. He acts like him, except he becomes like Creeper Stalker Boy.
And he, if I remember, he also kind of tried to do a Christopher Reeve impression as opposed to bringing his own take to the character,
especially as Clark.
Yes.
And there's that, and then it's just that, Kevin Spacey's horrible. I mean, not just because he's a rotten piece of garbage in real life. He's not. He's a terrible casting for Lex Luthor, in my opinion.
Oh no,
yeah.
Kevin Spacey is like, I don't see that.
Yeah, it was a bad choice.
Now Jeff Bezos for Lex Luthor. Come on now.
So he's right. This movie was disappointing. I mean, but he doesn't. It was nothing like those old.
No, it's better than Man of Steel.
It is. I agree. It is. There are at least some Superman type scenes in it that are kind of okay to watch when he, when he's flying around doing stuff.
I mean, the whole lifting up an island of kryptonite and him not affected by it seemed kind of stupid. Cool. That was dumb.
It looked good though.
He gets affected.
It did look good, but it's dumb.
Like a small shard. He cannot.
Right.
No. Fake news movie. I don't believe you.
No, I was just saying it was seeing him do something that showed his powers was pretty cool. The whole movie is dumb, poorly directed, absolutely crappy writing. What happens?
Oh, no. I'm just reading. I was reading the chat. I don't. Okay. All right. Armor is not the same as a small G-string thong that has some plates of metal on it. Okay. That is not what I'm talking about. No, Chris. No, number one. No. All right. That's all I wanted to address. There you go. Yes, it gets rather exciting here at the afternoon Discord and Delight, obviously.
So yeah, Superman Returns is not. I mean, you should, if you're going to sit through Man of Steel, you may as well sit through and watch it. But
film in nearly 2 decades wasn't enough to warrant a sequel. So Superman was set aside while Batman took center stage as
because The Dark Knight was so amazing that fucking Zack Snyder tried to emulate its dark atmosphere in the movie. You're saying it's great.
Hey, Josh.
Yes.
You know what I want you to find if you can? Find a video of someone who hates the Dark Knight movie for errors to go up.
I know.
Oh. Would that not be fun?
Yeah.
I'm not saying I hate it. I'm saying that'd be fun. That'd be fun for everybody. Just a thought, but if you could find one.
Yeah. I'm sure I can find someone.
Anyway, go ahead. I didn't mean to stop you there.
No, it's. I know it's gonna happen. It's like I said. People.
Shut up. Just kidding.
It's kind of. I know things, especially like with this new Clarice show by Alex Kurtzman. I know there's going to be somebody out there in the distant future. Someone's gonna say that. Look, it's so much better than science. I know they're gonna do it. I know it's gonna happen. I'm not looking forward to it, but yes.
DC's true box office darling. But as the Dark Knight trilogy came to a close and the Marvel Cinematic Universe now in full swing, Warner Brothers decided to dust.
Yes, fun fact for those who don't know, the Dark Knight actually came out the same year as Iron Man. So it was already kind of hitting its stride. It was taking its first steps. So by the time the Dark Knight Rises came along, it was 2012 is when the Dark Knight Rises came out. And that's when Avengers came out. So I don't know if I could say that it hit its stride. It was like, I feel like when you hit Avengers, you've been running for a little, like, you know.
And you also had several other Marvel films produced before they started the MCU. Like they were kind of testing the waters. You know, you got the Spider-Man films, the X-Men movies, the terrible Fantastic Four movies. So like they were testing it, you know, to see what would work before they decided to start making their own.
Yeah,
they were still doing it before the MCU and yes.
So,
off Superman yet again, bringing on Zack Snyder, director of smash hit 300, to direct the film, and even convincing Christopher Nolan to stick around as producer. Casting the then unknown Henry Cavill to step into the boots of Superman was a risk, as he didn't resemble the iconic Christopher Reeve.
Fuck off? Question mark?
Well, no, he didn't. He doesn't resemble Christopher Reeve, but he does look like Superman.
Yeah, like that. Yeah. You don't. Okay.
I don't even understand when he's going right there. I mean, Brandon Routh doesn't really look that much like him either. I mean, other than it being in the type of shape you want to cast some Superman in.
Yeah, you just need to look like. I don't know how to put this. You need to look like Superman, and you don't have to look like Christopher Reeves. That's not the. He's not playing Christopher Reeves. He's playing Superman. There
was no risk casting Henry Cavill. It's silly.
Well, having an unknown actor to play like this huge role, I can understand.
Also an unknown.
They always do that. Reeve
yeah, yeah, I can understand that. That technically is a risk, but I wouldn't say it's like. He looks like the part. I don't know. That's not so much a risk. You know, that's not to me as big of a risk as him looking. I don't know.
It could be actually more the other way around with superheroes. More of a risk to cast knowns like Keaton or Kilmer or Clooney or Bale as Batman than bringing in an unknown is always a cleaner slate.
Oh yeah. Like
that, so.
Because he's not already typecasted. Yeah.
I was pretty young when the Tim Burton movie came out, but I do remember the argument of Mr. Mom as Batman.
I had a comic shop at the time, and it was, you talk about nothing, but no one talked about anything but that when that casting came out a year before 1988. Everyone was like, "This is how it went." They were like, Michael Keaton, Mr. Mom, Michael Keaton. You mean Michael Keaton? That Michael Keaton? No, seriously, that Tim, you mean that Michael Keaton?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a similar experience because I grew up knowing William Shatner as the Priceline negotiator. And so when I first got into Star Trek and my dad told me that William Shatner was the OG Captain Kirk, I was like, what? I'm sorry, what? You want to run that by me?
I understand, but you knew him as an old man.
Yeah, I just knew him as like the character of the Priceline negotiator, and it was like, the negotiator's Captain Kirk. But yeah, I mean, once somebody you kind of have, somebody as a character, it's hard for you to unknow them as that character and focus on this other person.
Right.
So yes,
yeah, absolutely,
yeah. So.
That's a good point.
I wasn't around when the first Superman movie came out. But wasn't Christopher Reeve an unknown at the time?
Very unknown. There were so many different people that were talked about for the role, including Robert Redford, Sylvester Stallone. There were a couple of other big names.
I knew Sylvester Stallone was in discussions for it.
Robert Redford too. I mean, they asked him, and they looked at a lot of names. They didn't want to go with a name. Christopher Reeve was pretty skinny, and he'd only done soap operas. He had to bulk up pretty considerably to play Superman, and even still when he first, if you look at those auditions that are on some of the Blu-rays and stuff, his auditions, he still was kind of a bit on the thin side when he got the thing. But so.
And I read he also insisted on not having like any padding, like so he wanted to bulk up,
and he did. Yes.
Oh my goodness!
And again, he was very committed to the role, and this is a guy that never was a fan of the character. I never read comics or anything before that, but when he got into the character, he really showed love and respect for the character, which I'll give Cavill too. Cavill's read comics, and he likes he really loves the character. I don't know why he would put up with doing that to him, but yeah.
And he also pursued The Witcher. Like he's a fan.
Oh, he's a good dude. Yeah, absolutely. He's one of us.
Yeah, one of us. One of us.
Or what they needed to take. The safe approach that they took with the look of Superman Returns was not a mistake they intended to make again. So with such a
they went darker.
Up-and-coming director,
they went darker and drearier. It looks like it was made in a cave.
Product of his time, in a way, everyone liked the dark crap. I mean, there's just people like stuff. I mean, I don't know. Not everyone. The movie was not another thing. By the way, just to start up, this movie was not a super success by any metric. It just didn't bomb, but it was not successfesssuccessful.
Yeah,
right, considering its budget and the marketing, it did not make anywhere near as much money as Warner Brothers wanted.
That's why BVS got made. There was going to be a Man of Steel 2, and they panicked.
I remember that.
We better get Batman to save the stage. You can't tell that to the Snyder Press now, but that's exactly what happened. They were going to make MOS 2 and keep going, but they said no, we need Batman to come in and save the day because Batman.
I remember when the discussions were, they were basically planning it out like the MCU did, but then this movie didn't do as well, and they're like, just go, just do Justice League immediately. Like, oh,
yeah, they were in a hurry because they didn't wait. They should have waited, gone slow. But see, there's the thing: you can do that when you make Iron Man and people love it. And then you make other things that are pretty successful, like Captain America, the First Avenger, and Thor. People like those. When you got a movie that's got mixed critical response and doesn't do great at the box office,
Superman,
you should be able to make a lot of money with a movie that is ostensibly Superman. They don't even call him that in the title, which is dumb. I don't care what you say; it's dumb. They could have called it Superman: The Man of Steel. And then when the movie doesn't really do that well, most people are kind of blind. They're not like fanatics like me who hate it. They just go, it was all right. It's kind of boring. I don't know why it had to be. It's kind of a downer, Normies were just like,
Well, and the thing is, Marvel was able to get tremendous success with the MCU with the B cast of characters.
Yep.
When you have Superman not do as well, that's a problem.
He's a household name for at that point 50 years, and people were like, you got to be smart when you market something. At least call the movie Superman, the Man of Steel, or something like that. When you take that name out, I understand Dark Knight did well because here's why it did. Yes, the first one's called Batman Begins. They could have called the second one Batman the Dark Knight, but they decided just to call it Dark Knight. But if it had been a crappy movie, word of mouth would have killed it. And people because people will say, "What do you mean Dark Knight? Is that like a Batman movie or something?" They don't know. But the movie was critically, very popular, and it was very popular with people. So.
And you had the marketing with Heath Ledger.
Right, but you also had
that
a movie that doesn't have Batman in the title, but was still successful.
Right,
but it was because of the merits of the film itself, the content of the film. If it had been crappy, a lot of people would have been like, "What's that Dark Knight thing?"
True, but I think there was going to be more interest because of Heath Ledger. That also played a factor.
That cast was it was phenomenal.
Well, no, but I'm just saying. Steve mentioned that Reeve wasn't really a reader of comic books, though. I know he liked the George Reeves' wonderful little TV show, but yeah. So sorry, I got
no. How dare you say words? Oh my goodness, that's
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Hello.
Anyway, where were you?
I did, Bob. All right. He was. I don't know. I got distracted.
They're set to make man his own.
Okay. Hold on. All right. So before we go any further, we're about a fifth into this video, and we haven't even started talking really about Man of Steel.
Sorry.
I'm worried. Not you. Not this. This video. This one.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Not the college. No, we're not talking. No. All we've been doing is talking about Man of Steel and Superman. It's not. We're fine. Damn it, Clobberin.
A producer who created the legendary Dark Knight trilogy, and an actor who looked like he walked off of a comic book panel, the movie could not fail.
And yet.
I hate that logo.
I don't mind it.
The extra lines in the S is just distracting. Why?
Oh no! Why did you point that out to me? Oh no!
Everything of that era, and now even.
No! Yeah. Why did you point that out? Oh God! No! Gosh!
What's wrong with the other one? It's the classic logo is just so much more clean.
No, it's. I don't know.
Their excuse is they were having some legal dust-ups at the time with the Siegel estate, and they had to change costume a little bit, stuff like that. But I just don't buy into it. That's still an S in a diamond.
Yeah.
Design.
Well, copyright can get a little sticky, and if they should have come out with that very clearly, if that's what was happening. Actually, you know what? Scratch that. If you can't get the copyright correct on your Superman shit, then you don't do the Superman movie. I don't know what to tell you. It's like that stupid Clarice show. They have copyright issues. If they they'll be sued to oblivion if they mention or hint at Hannibal Lecter. Okay, the show takes place a year after the events in Silence of the Lambs. Like that is if you don't get the Hannibal Lecter right, you don't make the Clarice show. That's the same thing here. If you do not get the appropriate rights for Superman, you do not make a Superman movie. You just don't. You don't do that because you're not honoring it at all. So
yeah. Well, they have.
I mean, they're Warner Brothers has a long history of screwing over the Siegel and Schuster estates.
Yeah.
DC, really?
Warner owned them. They did. DC National Periodical Public back in the 70s. Before that, the first movie, the Superman, the movie coming out, and they announced it for. I remember reading comics for years saying this movie was coming out, and the Siegel and Schuster were pretty much destitute. And they were, Joe Shuster was almost legally blind. They were doing, one of them was doing delivery jobs, and the absolute insult to injury had to deliver a package to DC Comics one day. I think it was Jerry Siegel. It may have been Schuster. I can't remember. And he had to walk into that office and see all that Superman stuff that they weren't getting a dime for. The great artist of the time, Neil Adams, and a few others spearheaded a campaign to shame Warner Brothers because of the upcoming movie, and they didn't like the bad press, to shame them into paying each of them a pittance compared to what the character had earned, even by that point in almost 40 years of history, 30 years of history, whatever. But they did get a little money out of them at that point. But but it wasn't until around 2012, 13 where the Siegel estate started getting more, and that's why they were having some legal issues. Sorry.
No, that's okay. That's interesting. No, that's really interesting. I had no idea about that, the background shit.
Oh, yeah. DC and Warner Brothers has a long history of screwing over their creatives. I mean, Bill Finger is another great example.
Indeed. Indeed. Way before Warner even owned them. Yeah.
Yep. It's 25% different.
Yeah.
Yes. But what someone might have said that's a oh no. No, I haven't watched it. Oh god, because that's I don't want to, but I'm going to eventually, and it's gonna hurt my soul. I know it is.
Right? Well, critics and Superman purists alike were very unhappy with this portrayal of Superman.
Okay, I am, I guess, technically a critic, quote unquote. I would just call myself a general nerd in the sense, and I am not a Superman purist. And I have a lot of, yes, I know. And
that's why we invited you.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of things that there are things, not a lot, I guess. There are some things about this movie that I do like. However, that doesn't mean, what do you mean, like, critics? Like, yeah, some critics probably didn't like this. Some critics probably did. A critic is someone, I guess, who just gives their opinion on something. And so by labeling them as critics, I know that has a negative connotation to it. And so it's like, oh, it's a Superman purist and the critics didn't like it. Like, you're already lessening your argument that you're about to present to me by preceding whatever point you are going to make with, well, the critics and the purists didn't like it. It's like, well, like, what if I don't technically fit into either one of those categories? Because I'm not getting paid for this. I don't know if I'd call myself a critic. I guess technically I am because I'm critiquing it. And by definition, anyone can be a critic. So how about some people didn't like this movie? That's an easier way to put that. I don't know. I don't like it when people do that. I've noticed that as a pattern in the videos we've covered, is that they'll say before they're about to make the point, hey, so these people, these annoying like purists and people, they don't like this movie. And it's like, well, that's anyway.
Insisting.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
All right.
He wasn't meant to be dark like Batman. Superman was meant to be a beacon of hope.
Yes.
All true.
All true. Facts. Big facts.
You just said something accurate.
Oh my goodness.
There's a big butt coming.
I know.
Okay.
So far, I know we've paused it like twice in this point, but like, so, okay. So Superman purists and critics, generalized critics, don't like this movie because he's not supposed to be dark like Batman. Agreed. And he's supposed to be a beacon of hope. Yes. Actually, but
yeah,
yes,
that's Superman.
That is Superman. But yeah, no, I'm waiting for it.
But screw it.
I know it. Hold on a second.
Portrayal of Superman, insisting he wasn't meant to be dark like Batman. Superman was meant to be a beacon of hope, the light of the DC universe, not a murderer.
Yeah.
This was not the Iron Man that.
That's okay. Hold on. No, okay, that's different.
Iron Man.
I know I was about to say Iron Man, but I not a murderer. Okay, well, I like I said,
that all happens at the end of the movie.
Yeah, I rewatched that. Josh and I both rewatched this, and like, there's no way that Superman could have. There was no other choice. He had to kill God.
Yes, he could have. Yes, he could have.
Oh, yes, he absolutely could have done something different. He could have flown up.
He could have flown up.
He could have. He has all that super speed, but they just selectively used the power they wanted to kill him. And by the way, just a note about that. I know we'll probably get to it later. Christopher Nolan was even against it. He was against the killing. They talked him. They dragged him kicking and screaming into it. DC idiots like Dan Didio and Zack Snyder and David Goyer talked him into it. Because if you look, even in that stupid Dark Knight Retires, what happened? What does he tell Catwoman? We don't kill. He doesn't kill the Joker in Dark Knight. Because even Christopher Nolan understands, and by the way, I don't think Batman needs to kill either. So if that goes for Batman,
it goes double for Superman.
The real Superman has made a promise, and because of his powers, he would never cross that line and never kill. And just one other point: see the scene you're showing here. Here's another ridiculous, absolute beginningly flawed. This, from get-go, bad premise about this movie. You can't, if you make a Superman movie that's not kid-friendly, you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He's for everybody. I know there are a lot of people that like the edgy and want characters to be too dark. They made a movie that you couldn't even bring kids to. I had a buddy of mine who loved Superman, wanted to bring his kid to see a Superman movie. He went and saw it first. He came and said, I'm not going to bring my 5-year-old to see this. You could bring your 5-year-old to see the original.
No, it's like, no, like you couldn't have seen this. I don't know if I 100% agree with him just flying up. Like,
he could.
Just because... Superman. Well, what I'm saying is, no, I understand he can fly up, but what Zod was doing at the time with using his laser vision is it would have just caused more like destruction and probably would have killed those people regardless because of the debris falling down.
Since when was that a concern at any other point during the fight
I'm
sequence?
just saying, I'm just saying that specific scene, I understand why. Now, before I can, I know, but okay. I don't like that they wrote him, they wrote themselves into a corner. Okay, that is something, unfortunately, that I see a lot more nowadays in writing, is that these writers will write themselves into a corner and then do something that it does kind of logically, they'll either do something that logically makes sense in that scene but doesn't make sense for the character, or some ex machina thing will happen that gets them out of that corner they've written themselves into. I don't think that, especially with the existence of the Phantom Zone, okay, I don't think that you had to necessarily kill Zod. I think there were alternatives to it, but how they set it up, I don't see another option given what I was given in that scene, and that's unfortunate.
Okay, but why does Zod keep fighting Superman after the world terraforming thing is destroyed?
I don't know.
His concern at that point should be the survival of the embryos.
Yes, he should have retreated and tried to like save the 100%. So like, but given what I was given in that scene,
the movie is terribly written.
No, I agree.
Absolutely terribly written. But see, here's one thing you're forgetting. I agree with you about how it's set up, but one thing that, again, which is one of the biggest things about this movie, why this movie's so horribly flawed, is if anyone who knows anything about Superman knows that he's not just a punch-up guy with superpowers. He's a genius. He finds clever ways to use his powers, even though he's a newbie with them at this point. Superman finds a way, and he might, in a fight with Zod, if they'd written it to where he accidentally dies, I wouldn't have had as big of a problem with it. Mm-hmm. But Superman just outright killing him, he would have solved his problem in other ways. Just again, but that says, you might say, it's unrealistic, and I say yes, because it's about a guy who can do ridiculously unrealistic things.
I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I don't know if you can just like fling off logic because it's an alien super guy. I don't. Not with everything. There is a suspension of disbelief, but when I mean writers writing themselves into a corner, I mean the choices the writers made. They wrote themselves into a corner. I'm not giving them I'm not giving them an inch. Okay, I think it's stupid that you write yourself into a corner, and instead of possibly rewriting that whole sequence so that you're not written into a corner, like. You can do other things. You know, you can, instead of not writing themselves to a corner, they could have.
Yeah.
They didn't have to do that. But the scene that I was given, I could see why they.
I still think there are ways he could have done it. I think there are ways he could have stopped it.
I don't. It's just what I was given. I can see the logic progression behind that. I do not agree with the choice. I do not like that that's what happened, but I do see that logic. I get that. And I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan that he killed Zod. I'm not. Like, they had the Phantom Zone. Maybe he could have knocked him out. I don't know. I don't know like what we were dealing with there. But I don't like that Superman broke a dude's neck, especially like, you know, Zod of all people. I'm not a fan of that. I don't like that. I'll put it that way. I'm not defending it. I understand it. I understand it. That's why. And yes, the skull scene is stupid. There we go.
Yeah, what a bizarre vision to give someone when you're trying to convince them to come to your side.
Come to my side. We get to swim in skulls. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
weird. The whole movie's weird.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with this movie, but I do not forgive writing yourself into a corner because
Charlie, did you load up the Happy Bunnies profile? Oh, you're getting the skulls? What are you doing, Charlie?
No, it's supposed to be paradise, not like you. Oh my god. You sent them to the skull dimension. You're supposed. You see the one that says Utopia? That's the one you're supposed to click, not the skull dimension. Charlie, what are you doing? Charlie, you're fired. Oh my god. Yeah. No, it's stupid. Like the whole skull scene's stupid. Zod abandoning what he originally came there to do to have a throwdown match with Superman is stupid.
Well, and that's the. I mean, I'm thinking. I'm guessing we'll get into this later, but Zod's plan also makes no damn sense. Why does he want to terraform Earth to make it more like Krypton, where all of the Kryptonians won't be super beings when they're trained soldiers?
Yes, it makes no sense. You get to be a super being, but you want to stop that.
Yeah, we don't.
I think, if I remember, the only excuse he gives was, "Well, it's painful." But little Kal-El as a child did it.
Oh my god, I forgot.
What's painful to have superpowers like that?
Well, no, the process of getting the superpowers, it's painful apparently. But it's like, but a child did it on his own and didn't seem that big of a deal. You're trained soldiers.
One of my favorite, probably one of the not favorite, but one of the best parts of the movie is how, him. Wait a second. Wait, hold on. Never mind. I have to retract my statement. Okay, so he was like 7 when he started getting his powers or something, like 7, 8, 10 maybe. And so it took a decent amount of years on this planet to start getting those powers. How long did it take Zod to start getting those powers? Minutes. Okay. All right. Sorry. That's
another problem.
Another problem. And Chris Berger saying,
that's true. I did forget about that. Yeah.
Damn it, Josh.
Damn it.
Fair point, Chris.
Okay. Well, that's even more of a reason to not convince the dude that literally will be supplying the DNA for your entire species, like existence, to be reborn.
The Codex thing was also so pointless and dumb.
I kept asking myself that. I was like, why the Codex? What's happening?
Everything was so just... They ripped it off with so many different science fiction books and sources. I'm like, this just doesn't fit in a Superman movie. Granted, it's not one, but you know what I mean?
It also doesn't fit in that the whole... they sent him off, then the whole, punishing Zod and sending him into the Phantom Zone, and then the destruction of Krypton. Like there was time, instead of like sending Superman off like at the last minute.
No time.
That's a problem, because then it's like, because they openly discuss about the planet's about to destroy itself. So why aren't you doing anything? You clearly have spaceships.
Dude, I remember there was one of the things that stuck with me about that when I was watching this garbage. When they're on Krypton, remember, in every other iteration, they don't believe.
Right. They think
Jor-El believe Jor-El.
Hyperbole. Right.
That's part of this. That is integral to the story, to the origin. Yeah. They don't believe him. In this one, they were like, yeah, buddy, I guess you're right. We're all going to die. But
there's a civil war going on.
Yeah, they believed him. They were like, yeah, we're dead, but, whatever, dude. Okay. Yeah, no, we got you. We're about to be doomed, but whatever.
Banish Zod and his insurrectionists, but we'll stay on the planet where we're all gonna die.
We know. Yeah. Again, it doesn't work if they believe him.
Yeah, that's the problem. For like every other version,
they don't believe him.
They don't believe him, and it works. And Superman getting sent off is a last minute thing.
But in this one, they're like, "Yeah, dude, that's sucks to be us, but we're gonna die."
What are you gonna do? I know we had spaceships capable of traveling the galaxies thousands of years ago, but whatever.
Yeah, well, they looked like they were all high. They were like, "Yeah, man, that's a bummer, dude."
Man, this planet, though, Sam. I don't. It might be ending, though, bro. I don't.
Yeah. You guys want to get high again?
Yeah.
Before it all blows up, you want to come over to my place?
All right.
Basically, that was a pretty laissez-faire about it. They're like, yeah, sure, whatever, guys.
Oh, the planet's dying. Lol. Civil War. Civil War. This is the time for civil wars when our planet is literally dying. We're going to fight over the chunks.
I mean, I suppose you could make the argument that Zod and his people felt that the lack of leadership from the Kryptonian Council is what led them to this point. But at the same time, what are you going to do? Why do they banish them? When the planet is literally minutes from destruction, why do you go through the whole trial?
Yeah, it's something that has bothered me. It's like, okay, if a planet is minutes from destruction, you're going to see signs of it becoming, it's not just going to be like, poof, it just poofs into a cloud of nothing. No, a planet is going to start destabilizing, and you're going to be able to tell. Like, it's not going to be a secret. You're not going to just be like, I don't believe you. This isn't, everything's okay. So it shouldn't just be everything's okay, and then, everything goes shit in like an instant. It should be kind of like you've been seeing these effects, like, oh, there's been earthquakes. Oh, there's been some other shit, weird effects. And you can just say, and then people can brush it off as, oh, that's just blah, blah, blah. That's just because of this. So this happens every 2,000 years, or ancient text says something or another. You can brush it off with that. But just to be like, poof. Poof. That's it.
Yeah, honestly, Superman the Animated Series did it probably as best as I've ever seen, because of having the supercomputer that's running the planet.
See, I hated that, to be honest, but I'm old. I hate Brainiac being a Kryptonian computer. A Kryptonian computer, that really pissed me off. But it's still better. I mean, it's more intelligently done than this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like that the Brainiac was deliberately misleading them, so the council had a reason to just deny other scientists.
I think, even though I wasn't big on it either way, if they just hadn't been Brainiac, then maybe I would have been happier about it. But I hate that was Brainiac. Brainiac's not a Kryptonian computer in the comics. I hate that crap. He's Kaluan, not a Kryptonian. Again, geek stuff. I get you, but
yeah, we know. And for anyone who doesn't know, Clobberin is very much like a comic book purist, and that's all right, because there's not enough people out there that give a shit about comics anymore. So.
Sometimes, I guess. And no, I've lived with certain changes. I like a lot. And if I couldn't enjoy any comic book movie if I were that much of a purist.
That is true.
It's impossible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, but I mean,
adaptations here and there.
Yeah.
Yes, but when I say like comic book purist,
Oh no, it's not an insult. I wear it with a badge of honor, my friend.
No, it's the closest I believe anyone could get to it until they. I believe if you were a true 1,000% comic book purist, you would kind of be insufferable. I was like,
I try to be insufferable anyway.
You're not. You're a good guy. All right, but you're. You like geek culture, and sometimes things are better adapted, or someone does a spin on new ideas that you're kind of like, oh, okay, whatever. I know I keep going back to the Science of the Lamb shit, but the movie Hannibal actually has a better ending than the book Hannibal, because it makes more sense with her character arc to reject Hannibal completely instead of running off with him. It's a complete 180 of her character. So I've talked about that before.
Sure.
So there are times when you don't realize until someone adapts it and actually gives a different spin that it's better that way. And that's fine. That's fine. And yes, I don't know why snow has decided to come here. It needs to go back to where it came from, along with the super stupid cold. I don't know why, but it's a thing that's happening. So
it's weirder for us. We never get snow until but we're getting some this week, it looks like.
Yeah, exactly. All right,
been there, done that here.
Oh no.
DC wanted off their cinematic universe, but despite all the backlash, the film became a box office success, grossing over $668
That's not a success.
Okay, guys.
Okay. How much did it cost?
I hate it when people judge a movie's success based on numbers. You can say something is a success or a failure based on It's okay
It was a
because
success. It did not. Was not.
Okay.
Last
All right.
Jedi made
Man
money.
of Steel.
Okay.
Man of Steel had a $225 million budget.
Mm-hmm.
And where is it? Oh, come on. Don't do this to me.
Oh, no.
This was not. You got to make more than 3 times what you put into a movie to be considered a smash hit.
Okay, yeah, and what he said, $668 million box office.
Right.
Okay.
That's pretty anemic.
Given the budget, general rule of thumb, double that for marketing.
Yep.
So this movie only got about $200 million back, roughly, in profit.
One of the most famous characters in all of fiction over the past century.
Yep.
Yeah,
I believe Superman's still the #1 selling comic book of all time.
I would imagine so. I mean, it did have a head start, so that's fair, you know.
In total.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you count like every single title out there, all the Superman comics, Jimmy Olsen, all that stuff. I believe Superman's still the #1 selling illustrated book of all time.
Yeah, you can like this movie all day long. I'm sorry, it doesn't change the fact that this movie underperformed, sir. Sorry.
Very much.
Again, so much so as we talked about. That's why you got BVS.
Mm-hmm. They rushed Justice League into this.
God, it was so rushed, man. Like they did it, and they also did it because Infinity War was coming out, and they wanted some competition for that, which was stupid. Yep. That was one of those moments you, as a company, DC should have been like, yeah, we're just gonna let them have this one. We're gonna let them have this win, okay? Because you had nothing to compete with at all. You didn't build up enough to have anything to compete with. You just needed to let Marvel have that W and just move on with your life, okay? Because instead, you made yourself look like an idiot.
Yeah, Clobberin Times. Thinking back when DC did the Death of Superman, did Marvel have anything that could compete with it?
At the time, they did. They were selling a lot of comics back then, and just in general. But no, it pretty much ruled the roost. I didn't like it much, but as far as a marketing campaign and how well it did, that did nothing. Marvel didn't have anything that got really all that close in that era.
Yeah,
around that year anyway.
Yeah, no. Exactly.
They were coming off a lot of success a year or two previous to that with their, Jim Lee X-Men revival, but no. No, I can't think of anything Marvel did at that point that did better.
Well, Marvel was still on the edge of bankruptcy at that point, right?
At that point, they'd already been bought up by, I believe it was Revlon or something like that. Their rights were getting, divvied out all over the place and stuff to a lot of their properties. So the comics, for the time, were still selling okay and everything. But yeah, they were in some trouble.
Okay.
Yep. Absolutely. They were all over the place. That's why you have all these problems with the rights to their movies. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Wait, video. Oh no. Okay, there we go.
Dollars with a production budget of $225 million. As someone who saw Man of Steel on opening night many, many times since, I don't understand how fans of the character weren't in love with this version.
Because you're an idiot. That's why you don't understand. That's why you fucking moron. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize.
I'm sorry. Was I supposed to cuss? I'm sorry.
How? What?
I don't know.
Who the fuck? Okay, Josh, this is you. Did you tell him he couldn't cuss as a joke? Did you do this? Is this your fault?
I'm sorry.
Swear jar for Eris.
Oh my god. No, you can cuss here. Are you kidding me? The statement he just made is absurd. Yes, you're allowed to swear. There you go. I've said it. I have said it in behalf of everyone in the future who is a guest on my show. You're allowed to make the swears.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yes. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. This guy's an idiot.
Gosh darn it.
Look, if you like it's fine, but you can't understand how a fan of the character is not in love with this movie. Dude, you could have just said, I love it. All right, you love it.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, I know people who love it, but you can't understand how fans who love it are not even like, it's okay, but no, not in love with it? Dude, you are a moron.
I mean, he kind of answered his own question. How can fans of this of the character not love this movie?
It was
You
dark.
answered your own question, dude.
Yeah, it was dark. It wasn't.
Hate this movie. Why?
Yeah.
Suppose that is.
I don't understand why people didn't like this movie. It's like, okay, how many times do I have to say this? If you like a movie, it doesn't make it objectively good. That is not the same thing. I love the Saw movies. They are not objectively good. The Room is a phenomenally hilarious movie. It is awful. Okay, like this is just because you like something doesn't mean it's objectively good. That's not. It is false. And in the fact that you made a video and didn't bother to get into the heads of why on earth do people, and I'm hoping this is just a rhetorical kind of bland like question that you're just throwing out there, and you're gonna answer it hopefully maybe at the. I don't have any faith that that's gonna happen, but you maybe hopefully you'll answer it and discover it maybe in this video.
You nailed it at the outset when you made note of how short this thing is, even though he called it an essay. There will be no substance coming from this guy.
Not because
go out on a limb and just say that right now.
We're like a fourth into this sucker, and we haven't even heard a point yet. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Henry's portrayal dark and emotionless, calling the direction of Zack Snyder flat and uninspired.
It was. These are both true things. I'm sorry, man. You like the movie. Some people don't like the movie. That's just how things are, fam. I don't know what to tell you, man. This is
one of the reasons I'm not that excited for the Justice League Snyder cut, because
me either.
I know what Zack Snyder's done with the other films. I'm glad it's coming out. And I'm sure, and I think it will be better than the movie.
Well, it was two different movies smashed together, so that was one of the biggest issues with Justice League. Is it's two very different takes of a movie smashed together. You had Marvel humor and very dark, like grimy kind of It's like Snyder shit, right? That's. And those two don't mix at all.
Right. So I'm sure it will be more cohesive, so I'm sure it'll be a better movie overall. That doesn't mean I think it will be a good movie.
I don't think it will either, but look, there are going to be people that will be like this guy. They will unconditionally love it, which is fine.
Yeah.
But
to be fair, I'm a little bit like that. I kind of wander into that territory when James Wan comes in to direct something, because I love him as a director. He has made some shit. Okay, he has made some shit. Oh my goodness, go Dave Bob and stay warm. Yes, stay warm, Dave Bob, please. It's gonna get cold.
Later, Dave.
Yeah, a good one. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. No, there's a blue filter. It's very dark, and it's like there's no bright colors, and I didn't realize how much that was going to bother me until upon rewatching this. It's not bright, it's not vibrant, it's gray, blue, sometimes sepia toned, and just way too dark. You know, they also decrease the saturation levels for some reason. I don't, but Zack Snyder's done that. Like that is kind of Zack Snyder's thing.
Yes,
you know, I've seen some of the Snyder Cut like teasers, and it looks it's the same thing, and some people dig that shit, and sometimes it works with the film, like in 300, like that kind of worked with that film. It was that very stylized take of it. But when
with all the muted colors,
yes, that works.
It doesn't work with superheroes.
It does not work, especially with Superman. It doesn't.
Right.
That doesn't work. Like it doesn't. And I don't know what to tell you. You know, it's.
No, it does not, sir.
All right.
Making the claim that the script penned by David S. Goyer was bloated and uninteresting.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's true.
This is a 2.5-hour movie. Okay. What happens in this movie? Krypton blows up.
8 hours later?
He lands on the planet. Mom and Pa can't take him in. And then
you got a few scenes with Kid Clark, and all these different flashbacks at different points.
Yes, he does some shit. You know, it's kind of like whatever. He kind of finds out who he is, and we have a I hesitate to call it the Fortress of Solitude. It's like the igloo of solitude. It's not really.
Yeah. Isn't it pretty much the ship?
Yeah.
He doesn't make the fortress.
Yeah, that's why I'm just kind of like, I don't really. It's like, it's the ship of solitude. It's kind of sad, actually.
That's terrible.
You know, it's like the Fortress of Solitude is a pretty kick-ass thing. You know, and it's cool, but whatever. And what else happens? Pocket dies incredibly stupidly.
I'm sure we'll get into that at some point in this video.
I had to skip past that when I was rewatching it because I knew I'd just rant because it's I hate that part of the movie. That part actually pisses me off.
It takes away so much because in the Donner film, Pa Kent dying from a heart attack was crucial to the plot.
He had to die in a way that
makes sense.
Superman could not save him. If you stick him in a tornado, okay, guess what? Superman could totally save him from that tornado. So it's the message is not conveyed at all. And him being like, "Lol, let me die. Watch me die. Watch me die, Clark. Yeah, just watch me die. You can't do shit. Watch me die." And it's like that's
in a cartoon tornado.
Yeah, that does not act like a tornado in any other aspect because a lot more everyone should have died. Okay, like that tornado. Tornadoes are not something that you fuck around with. All right, you don't stand 2 feet from a tornado, and just because you're not wrapped up in its wind, it doesn't take you away and hurt you because debris is flying around inside that sucker and it can fling out at any moment. So fuck off, movie, with your tornado physics.
At least they had them going under the underpass, which is what you should do. But
yes, but still, it's like they're just staring at it like.
I know.
La, la, la. I don't care about my eyeballs or my face or my head.
And then Pa Kent sends Clark, "Get your mother to the underpass. I'll go rescue the dog."
The dog would have been gone.
Why? The dog would have been gone, man.
God, I watched what was it? Color Out of Space, and I'm just sitting there like, okay, these animals would have bounced. Don't sit there and tell me that these
who got out of the car and the dog didn't go with them.
How did the dog not already leave the car? Why is the dog sitting there? It can sense the tornado. Believe me, that is one of the things that you actually can tell if a tornado is about to hit. They tell you that. Like the National Weather Service tells you that animals know when a natural disaster is about to hit way before humans do because they can sense it. And so that dog is gone. That dog would have been way gone way before. Okay.
So you have the situation. Pa Kent sends Clark to get your mother to the underpass. Why don't you take her and your invulnerable son go rescue the dog?
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God. And another thing about that whole death scene thing that is a problem. You remember how well it worked in the original film, in the 78 film.
It's sad. It's really sad.
All those things I can do, all those powers, and they couldn't even save him. Well, you have to change that line. This one now, all those things I can do, all those powers, and I wouldn't even save him because screw him. He's Kevin Costner. He annoys me.
Or he wouldn't let me save him.
Well, he didn't have a say in the matter. He could have zipped so fast and saved his ass.
I know.
But you're right. He listened to a conspiracy kook Costner father, Pa Kent, who was the same jackass who told young Clark when he said, "What was I supposed to do? Not rescue those people on the bus?"
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, kill children. Yes, Clark, I want you to start murdering children. It's time you started taking up my pastime of murdering children. It's like, whoa,
okay. So kids were assholes, by the way, kids and sons. So maybe.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I understand what they were going for. They wanted to have it be a situation where there's a mortal danger for the kids, and Superman and the young Superman had to make the choice at the risk of exposing his powers to everybody. And Pa Kent was very concerned about that. Government bad. I get that. But the way they had it done, the way they shot it and everything, it's like the only choice is for young Clark to do what he did. He was a hero. You have Pa Kent advocating letting children die.
Yeah.
No, that is not Jonathan Kent.
Bad father.
And
Oh my goodness.
For the larger scale of the film, by the way, that's something. Superman is supposed to be, by definition, not only is the first superhero, use the word hero for a minute. The beginning, when we first see him on the boat with all those, the rig or whatever, and he saves all those guys. Good.
Yeah.
Good. When he saves the kids on the bus. Good.
Yes.
Good. Every other bit of the film, he does nothing heroic. In fact, he does anti-heroic things, but he's only fighting the Kryptonians because they started it and because they're threatening him. He would have weaseled out of it if he could have. And when he's punching them all over the place and destroying shit, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about anybody. And that's what Superman cares about people. And because he was raised not to be nihilistic, not to be paranoid like Paul Costner was in this thing. He was raised with values. Superman is not just about a shiny suit, and he's not about the superpowers. They exist in there in that fantasy element. He's about his values. And
good Midwestern values. That's who Clark Kent is.
Absolutely. The Kents raised him with values, and Superman cares about people. And
not anymore.
That's cornball. That's cornball. And I'm not even making it. That is corny to guys like Hack Snyder and that moron Goyer, who's one of the worst writers ever.
That guy really that guy really benefited from working on a movie with Nolan.
He totally did. And I doubt that, I think that he did anything worthwhile. It's just that it was I'm not the biggest Nolan guy, but he's talented and he knows what he's doing usually. And so Goyer, I don't know. Goyer, and by the way, David S. Goyer is also the jackass who wrote the comic back when there still was a sort of a Superman comic where Superman renounces his American citizenship. So he's a piece of crap.
That was him?
That was him.
Oh, God.
This is great. I haven't hardly had to say anything. This is amazing. Oh, I don't have to work. I'm doing like 50% of the effort here that I usually would. This is amazing. Thank you guys. This is awesome. No, I'm not being sarcastic or an asshole. I'm actually genuinely thinking. Yes. I love it when people are chatty. Yes, I love it. It's amazing.
Are you suggesting I'm usually not helpful?
No, you are so unhelpful at its peak. By the way, Captain, are you saying that the other cellar Pocket had was a trophy room for 100? Yes, that's what I'm saying. He was trying to introduce Clark into his hobby of murdering children. And this was his introduction to it. Yes, I would actually genuinely like to have watched that movie. The Pa Kent is a serial child murderer movie over this one.
You mentioned Brightburn.
Yes.
There are good stories to be told about someone with those powers. And way before Brightburn was over, there were plenty of even comics. Irredeemable. I know Mark Waid's a piece of garbage, but when he could write, Irredeemable is one. And there have been many others about Superman archetypes. In other words, people like him abusing their powers. And
Superman Red Sun.
Superman Red Sun, he kind of redeems in that a little bit, except that I heard the animated movie's terrible, but it ruins the original comic. I haven't seen it. But yes, you could do that, but you can do it with Elseworlds. Yes. Not, when Superman's a comic book character. Remember we talked about this at the beginning. He's a comic book character. That is where his home is, comics. When he goes into the cinema, out into the public, he's sort of like a guest in your house. And he should behave himself. He should just be the regular Superman. You want to tell the dark stuff? Do it in comics like Elseworlds and stuff aimed at older readers and stuff like that and explore it. It's fantastic. I don't think you need to be doing it in a mainstream, big budget Superman film that is aimed at the general audiences that you should be able to take kids to. If I'm not being edgy enough because I'm saying kids should be able to see a Superman movie, I didn't think that was a revolutionary thing.
No, I agree. Yeah, it's a Superman movie, you know what I mean?
Well, look at Dark Knight, your favorite all-time film.
Yeah.
When that film came out in 2008, it's not for kids.
Oh my God, it is not for kids.
Now, see, I don't object too much. I do think you should try to make all comic movies for kids, but You know what? This is when Warner had some sort of sense. You know what they did, right? They couldn't. They made toys for that film, of course, but they knew that this wasn't for little kids. So they made one of the things that makes me happiest on this planet: Batman: Brave and the Bold. The cartoon came out in conjunction with that film. A cartoon I dearly love, and it was for kids, and it was for 8-year-olds, and it was for 40-year-old 8-year-olds because it had so many clever references to old comics. It was just fun. It was a lighthearted take on Batman. That, I mean, again, I love the Dark Knight Detective Batman, but it was that based on some of that way, the Adam West similar to that, and to the Silver Age comics, and it was wonderful. And they marketed that for kids, so kids had something because they knew you weren't going to be able to take your little kids to see Dark Knight.
Was Brave and the Bold the one with Dietrich Bader as?
Yeah, Dietrich Bader. He did a great job. He's not Kevin Conroy, but he did a great job.
No one is, but yeah.
Yeah. And it was a fun cartoon. Some people go, it's silly. It's silly. I mean, it is, but it's, because it's a lighter take, but it's a valid take on Batman. Now, Batman the Animated Series is the definitive. So I'm just saying, the Dark Knight film, you don't bring kids to see that. But a Superman film, you should be able to bring kids.
Well, and if you weren't going to, you should have had an appropriate rating. The Dark Knight at least made it very clear what it was going for.
Sure.
I guess I don't know. This movie was rated PG-13, right?
I think so.
If you're gonna go for like a more kind of, I don't know, PG-13, I wouldn't really consider more adult, but like if you're gonna go down this road, it should have been more clear. This is where marketing really comes in. You need to make it very clear who your movies are for. And I've heard the 4 quadrants of movie audiences. You have like the
7 parts of diversity, right?
Or something, whatever it is. It's basically, and Marvel does this really well, where they try to, they cater their movies to all 4 of those. You have the seniors, you have middle-aged, young adults, I think, and then not young adults, but like teenagers and then kids. I think that's kind of generally, I could have a couple that switched around, but it's everyone. Okay, everyone will fall into that kind of teenagers, like you have the young, very young kids, teenagers / young adults, and then you get like the middle-aged and the seniors, right? So if anyone can walk into your movie, it's a 4 quadrant movie. This is not a 4 quadrant movie, and I feel like the marketing wanted it to be, and it's not. So.
Yeah, no, again, and mostly it's just the tone that I hate about the film. And you know what, by the way, let's just be blatantly honest. Superheroes were created for younger people, for kids and teens, things like that. That's what they were created for. Like I said, I've liked some of the, like Watchmen used to be my, to me, it's it's a masterpiece. The comic, the only comic, the only one, the original one. And, but as I grew older after that, I was in my young adulthood when it came out. I realized that this is a masterpiece, but it probably destroyed and ruined comics. In other words, we wouldn't be sitting here, in my opinion, probably even discussing how dark and how wrong this tone of this film is if Watchmen had never happened.
Well,
I agree.
The comic book, not the movie, the comic.
I agree with that. Yep.
Funny. That's when I did a few months ago, we did that Alan Moore Deadline interview, and he actually mentioned that too, he basically said he wanted to erase his name off his comic. Well, I think it's way too far.
He's nuts though. Yeah, he's nuts.
Yeah, no, he's completely out of his damn mind. But what I'm saying is, like, he even agrees with that statement that maybe I shouldn't have done that, but that was like you were trying to make something unique in a saturated market. And I get that, well, if you have a market for kids of these characters, what is like an alternative that you can do? And one of the more obvious ones is, well, I write superhero comics or graphic novels in his case for adults. I'll do more adult, so that way I can bring in the adults in to so that when the kids want to go to the comic book store, the adults can pick up that graphic novel or whatever. It was for money, but it was also exploring kind of a new concept that the industry had never explored before, and I get that. But you can go too far and made a deal.
It was him and Miller.
Okay, ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Well, I was just going to simply point out that going off of your point, Clobberin Time, how Watchmen made comics just so much darker and everything like that, and it's actually to the point where now the comics are just so unreadable. I spend more money getting old Silver Age books now.
Mm-hmm. It's the ebb and the flow of the market. Yeah.
I love the old stuff. It was a combination of Watchmen and it was Miller's Dark Knight. And again, I loved them so much, when I was in my early 20s, and I still do love Watchmen in that respect. I think it's a masterpiece. But you could love something and you could also admit to yourself, just like you love chocolate ice cream. Should you eat it all day long? I say yes.
Yes.
But you know what I'm saying? Seriously, yeah. No, but you're right. And by the way, Alan Moore's a Looney Tunes. He spent a lot of the 90s writing comics that were almost apologies for Watchmen, even though he did some dark stuff also. I once thought about writing a book about him. I'm the ultimate Alan Moore fanatic. I know I have all of his works. I know it in detail. I did a show just recently where we celebrated the great works of Alan Moore, all of his stuff from the beginning, and did a little bit of a bibliography or whatever. A video on him. So I've studied the guy. I used to think I could write a book about him, and he went nuts though.
Oh no, yeah, he's completely out of his mind. 110%.
He was a genius. I mean, as a writer, he's just a flake, and he hates Watchmen now, but he hates it for a lot of other nasty reasons. He hates superheroes and all that stuff now, when he used to love them. He's crazy. Yeah.
I just think it was inevitable. I think the superheroes having a darker path, in the creative side of things. I think that was inevitable because
I also think part of it is he's such a counterculture person.
Yes.
When they became mainstream, he's like, I'm done.
Yes, he hates mainstream things because they're mainstream things, and
yes, that's true.
So when he becomes popular and things become popular, he hates them. Now, do I think that if he actually went back to comic books that he would write darker stuff? No, I think he would go the complete opposite direction of
Actually, he's still doing comics.
Really?
He does write dark garbage.
Really? That goes against his own counterculture, because I don't.
Oh no, he just doesn't like dark superheroes. He's still a dark bitch.
Oh, okay. I was like, well,
he's just talking superheroes. He hates mainstream superhero. He said if you're 40-something years old and you're going to see Marvel movies, you're a dumbass, whatever. Like, yeah, shut up, dude. You were 40. You made a living. No one would know who you are without superheroes. Okay, so spare me.
Is he still doing Promethea?
No, that ended a long time ago. That's one of the sickest comics ever written, by the way. But he impales in comparison to the sickness of what he's done with League of Extraordinary Gentlemen over the past decade.
Really?
I don't even want to know, do I? Because I actually do kind of like the movie.
I actually kind of like it too, believe it or not.
It's very charming. I liked it.
I like his first series from the 90s, and the second one was kind of... he's done some of the most disgusting, sick crap with that. And he does Necronomicon or something like that. He's done a couple comics recently. So, and even there was a time if you told me I wouldn't buy an Alan Moore comic, I'd have laughed at you. Because I was the ultimate. I mean, in the 80s, 90s, it was it. If Alan Moore did it, I was there. And I collected it, and I just, but now. So he's still around. He's nuts, but he's still around. Sorry, we got off of that.
No, don't apologize. It's all good. It's great. Great discussion.
Yeah, it's why we do this show.
Respect your opinion.
Like having these talks.
Oh my goodness.
I believe most of the people who think this have only seen the film once or twice and then just hopped on the anti-Man of Steel bandwagon.
Oh yes.
Okay. Whoa, I'm gonna rewind because we went off a tangent for a minute. I need to hear this whole point.
Yes. Calling the direction of Zack Snyder flat and uninspired.
Incorrect.
Making the claim that the script penned by David S. Goyer was bloated and uninteresting.
It was.
If you're one of these people, I respect your opinion, but
I respect your opinion, but
that's nice. That's nice of him.
I love that. It's just like, I respect your opinion, but like, do you know? Like,
I believe most of the
dumbasses. That's what we meant.
Have only seen the film once or twice and then just hopped on the anti-Man of Steel bandwagon and never.
Where's
he's not wrong in that aspect, because I've only seen the movie once because I want to refresh it for this video.
The only thing I would quibble with is, hey, I started that bandwagon, buddy. So,
I would say, yeah, I've seen this movie twice. Do I hate it? No. I find there are certain parts of this movie I despise. One main one, just because it's so stupid. Okay, but I don't hate this movie. All right, I've been on this planet long enough that it takes a little bit more than a mediocre comic book movie to make me hate it. Okay, there has to be some shit. Like I hate Wonder Woman 1984 for probably around the same reason that Clobberin Times hates this movie. That's one of my heroes, and you fucked with it, and I didn't like how you fucked with it, and how dare you do that? It's very kind of similar, and you know, people get passionate about their heroes, and when you make a movie about that hero and you don't get it not just correct but anywhere close to being correct, it's kind of insulting and people are not going to like it. It's not, oh, I'm hopping on the hate Man of Steel hate bandwagon. It's like, no, I just didn't like what you did with this character. That's
not everyone's on that bandwagon. Like I say, I created it, but some people just think some people, I hate that movie so much, but some people just think it sucks, and they don't spend a lot of time worried about it. Just saying, yeah, it sucks. And that's actually the prevailing opinion of that film. You got your rabid diehards like this young feller, who's probably a nice guy, who loves it, which is great. And you got a lot of people like yourself who's just critical of it. You don't think it's very good, but it doesn't affect your day. And you got nuts like me, who I've come to Jesus over the years. I'm like, look, there's so many people who love this thing and they're excited about the stupid Snyder butt and all that stuff. I'm like, all right, I don't really jump out there and mess with it that much anymore because it just ruffles so many feathers. I hate it, but I also do understand this. By hating it doesn't do crap. It doesn't do anything other than an interesting conversation, because you know I'm sure Zack Snyder doesn't give a shit what I think, and there's no reason why he should.
I will say this: Zack Snyder has gotten a lot of heat, and he never attacked the fans.
Yeah, that is true. These are big facts.
Yeah, I guess so. He's actually said some stuff about fans before, but he's not a Ruins Johnson or anything.
I was like, I mean, like.
To be fair, he gets attacked by some of us. So if he wants to say I'm a dumbass for attacking this movie, that'd be different than Ruins Johnson, you know?
No, I'd say, like, I get it as an artist. Like, someone really hates the thing you've created. And you're going to get a little defensive about that. I understand that. But, like, that doesn't give you the right to do what Ryan Johnson did. Ever.
No. If Zack Snyder, for example, went on Twitter and said that is Clobberin Times, a big, fat, stupid loser geek, I go, I get it. I've been trashing.
Oh, my goodness.
That's fine. I'd be okay with it. You know?
Senpai noticed you? Oh, my God.
I'm just saying, I go, yeah. I get it, Zach. That's fair. I've been hitting you, punching you all this time, at least talking bad about you. So there you go.
Hey, well, you know, if somebody hits you first and they knock back, I mean, that's fair, right?
Yeah,
but
that's right.
At least it's some, like, it's banter, it's whatever. But again, like, Ryan Johnson kind of, and these other people kind of take that to a whole different level.
Oh, it's a different level.
It's different than just somebody being like, all right, dude, stop.
I'll be honest with you. I wish Zack Snyder was pulling Ryan Johnson. It would make me I'd be able to have a clear, like, hatred of him, because I don't hate the guy. I'd be able to go, he made Man of Steel, and I think he's a scumbag. Yeah, that's perfect. Like, I love that Jar Jar Abrams is a scumbag and that Ryan Johnson's a scumbag. It makes me really easier to hate their movie. If they're a nice dude, they're like, God, I really hate his movie, but he's kind of a nice person. I feel bad about it.
Funny.
That's me.
That's hilarious. I love that. That's like, and that's kind of how you not get rid of, but it's like, if somebody hates something that you've made, the worst thing you can do to them is give them a reason to hate you. Like, if you don't give them a reason to hate you, that is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Yeah. So no, I agree.
Look at Joel Schumacher. Joel Schumacher, Batman and Robin's one of the worst pieces of crap ever made, and people have said so. And he's like, you know, I'm really. He said he was sorry.
He owned up to it.
He owned it up to it. He said, if I offended people, it was not my intention, but I'm sorry. I understand. And he passed away recently. Good dude.
Yeah, exactly. It's separating.
I can't hate Batman and Robin because of how nice
he ruined my hatred of Batman and Robin.
Yeah, separating the art from the artist. Yeah, it's a hard thing to do, but it is sometimes good people make shitty things. That is a thing that can happen.
Sure.
And
from what I've heard, but then on the opposite end of that, from what I've heard, Knives Out is a pretty decent film. I will not go see it.
I've heard that.
I have no desire to see it.
I've heard mixed reviews. I know who does it at the end, so
here.
I'm not gonna, spoil that. Anyway, okay, all right, dude. All right, you respect us for having a different opinion than you. All right, let's do this thing. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Look back. What I don't think these people understand is this film is about Clark's journey and becoming Superman.
It's not very respectful to say people don't understand just because you don't agree with them. But go ahead.
No, we got that, dude. Like, no, we got that. This was pretty clear. That's what they were going for. We started on Krypton.
I think I understand it. It's not complicated.
Yeah, that's not. It's not,
it is a. You're right. It is about Clark Kent's journey.
Yeah,
it's just not a very interesting journey.
Is that his defense for this movie of why it's great? We didn't understand that it was about his journey into being... No, we got that. That's actually one of the main issues people have with this movie is it's not a good telling of that story.
And here you have your classic pattern of the Snyder bro, Snyder bot, Snyder's zealot, and it's this. But a lot of them don't like the MCU, which is fine. I mean, and their biggest knock on it is it's shallow and it's superficial, and some of it is and some of it isn't. But the point is, they think this is deep. They will sit there and say, I don't know, Avengers, Age of Ultron, whatever it is shallow and silly popcorn stuff. Which is fine because I don't mind a superhero movie being that if it's entertaining. But they will say, on the other hand, the Snyder stuff, people don't like it because it's too deep. That's their biggest. It's just I'm talking about the real cultists now. It's so deep. It's too deep for you. That's the auto. He has jumped. He is from get-go. This video is not old. You are shallow. If you don't think this movie's too deep for you. That's what he's saying.
Yep.
And that is straight out of the playbook of the Snyder.
All right. We have our predictions. All right. We have our predictions in. So, okay. All right. Is that going to be his main thesis of this video, quote unquote video essay? All right. I'm excited. Let's do this. Let's discover this together, guys. Let's do it.
In my opinion, the screenplay is very, very good. The tone and themes of the film are set during the Shakespearean-inspired sequence.
Oh my God!
Jesus, no!
Jesus, God. I did not think we were going to get confirmation in the next sentence.
Shakespearean.
He literally. No, this. Don't you fucking dare compare this movie to William Shakespeare. All of England just quaked, okay? Like all of England was just like
Shakespeare.
This is not
Shakespeare. Game.
This is not Shakespeare. Stop. Now, is this guy fucking trolling? It's not Shakespeare. Oh God! How do you know? No.
All right. Okay.
Sorry, that was mind blowing. I had to take a moment.
All right. So I was a theater major in college. I am a trained actor. I have had to read many of Shakespeare's works. Don't you dare compare David Goyer's piece of shit to William the Bard Shakespeare. Come on, man.
Oh my God.
Oh God. Yeah, I know, Chris. That threw me. I didn't even let him get through his whole point. That shook me to my core. That was so insulting. Shakespeare, my dude, you didn't deserve that. That was such a shot. Oh my God. That wasn't a shot. That was a missile. They just launched a nuclear warhead across William Shakespeare's grave.
It's not even Jacqueline Suzette. Come on.
Dude, no. I wouldn't even say the Dark United Shakespearean. Okay. And
it's got a lot more claim on it than this thing. It's far more intelligently written.
Yeah, no. Okay. All right. Hold on. I'm going back up. Okay. All right. Shakespearean.
Very, very good. The tone and themes of the film are set.
Oh, yeah. Themes. How to do the obligatory themes. Yes. My themes. All right. Okay.
During the Shakespearean-inspired sequence on Krypton, we see the fall of an entire race too blind to see the faults in their own society.
Yeah, I guess. Sure.
Question, maybe. I don't.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there were a bunch of dumbasses on Krypton. If that's what you mean.
Yeah.
To put it simply, I know I'm not putting it Shakespeareanly, but
I think, and I don't think he was saying it was a I don't think he was comparing the writing to Shakespeare. Hearing that a second time, I think he was saying that like, the writer, which is Gorman, you said, is that his name?
David Goyer.
David Goyer. Okay, Goyer basically got inspired by Shakespeare in this telling on Krypton, which I wish you would have told me which Shakespearean, like, do you just mean Shakespearean in general? Because he wrote different genres. He didn't just stick in one thing.
Every genre is Shakespeare. If you're going to go by that metric, then any drama you use is Shakespearean. Then yes.
Yeah, that's such a like. Okay, so what Shakespearean work and like what are we talking about here? Because he wrote a lot of different shit. Okay, so I don't know what you mean by this. I can't think of anything that I would akin this Krypton sequence to at all. Like, I don't think anything Shakespeare. Any
Is it Hamlet? I know. Is it? I don't know. Jesus Christ, I don't know. You got me. I doubt he's going to explain it, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I think he just, whatever. Okay.
And the hope that they will live on through Kal-El is tragically beautiful. The pride of Zod is on full display as
I just realized something. He's just describing things, not really the quality of how they did that. He's just describing what's happening. That's okay. That's just Superman's origin story. Yes, it's a good origin story. You're not telling me. You're not actually describing, telling me that how they displayed it is great because it's just his origin story. I guess compliments to the dude who actually created it, like the OG dude, okay? But, I mean, that's not anybody in this movie's doing. They didn't have anything to do with the origin of Superman. They just recreated it. So, I guess compliments to the chef. I think it's
yeah, exactly, dude. But he's saying Goyer.
Goyer,
he thinks Goyer is Jerry Siegel, I guess.
Goyer completely came up with this whole concept.
It's it's his character. Yeah.
I don't think so, but all right.
Every Five's being is set on saving the Kryptonians. After all, it's his entire goal. He was bred with the purpose to protect Krypton at all costs.
And yet he helps in destroying it. Isn't that fucking ironic?
He leads a civil war.
Yes, I am programmed to help save everything. Look, a civil war. Okay.
It's also not what Zod was in the comics. Zod was an insurrectionist, but he didn't give a shit about Krypton.
That makes total sense, actually, that he was an insurrectionist. Like, that makes sense.
Well, he just wanted to take over Krypton. He didn't give a shit about anybody else.
Well, they kind of actually do hint at that here. They're just trying to convince you that his insurrectionist and bloodline purity nonsense that he's spouting is, he wants to save Krypton. It's like, that's not saving shit. He wants to create a war where he's the ruler, clearly, and he gets to decide who lives and dies. That is the complete opposite of saving something. Okay,
absolutely.
That is not saving shit.
Oh my goodness.
All right, whatever.
That in mind, his character becomes even more tragic, and the performance given by Michael Shannon is very powerful.
No, I do not sympathize with Zod at all. Not at all.
The only thing he's missing is a mustache to twirl.
Yes, and a cat to pet, right? Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Superman.
He is he's very
Superman,
bad.
I expect you to die.
He's very bad. He's very clearly the villain from like the outset of this movie. And I do. I love villains. I love being a good villain. I think that it is absolutely vital for a story to have a good villain in order for it to be good at all. Because it's really the core of the strength of the story. Zod really wasn't that impressive in this movie, and he was very clearly the villain and not a sympathetic one. They did not go for that sympathetic vibe.
Yeah, but the hero's also not sympathetic. That's that's one of the problems with the movie.
Yes, and the villain isn't good, but the hero isn't good either. Like, there's no good. I'm not rooting for anyone. That's like a big one of the big problems with this movie. You're not rooting for anyone. You're just sitting there just like, well, you know, I kind of hope everyone just dies. Like, I don't really care about any of this. Well, it looks like everyone is dying because the whole city is like destroyed now. Thanks, guys.
That's a good point. You made the best point ever just there, Eris. No, this movie gives you no one to root for.
Yeah.
And a superhero film gives you no one to root for.
Yes, exactly. The thing with Zod, he's not a savior. He's a dictator who failed his coup on Krypton and now has the chance to achieve it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. What the movie and this guy are both trying to tell me is he wants to save everyone. That's not what I'm
saying. Zod doesn't wants to terraform Earth to make it more like Krypton so that they won't have their superpowers, which makes no damn sense.
No.
And he went after, at the end of the movie, he goes after Superman instead of trying to save at least one of the fetuses on board. Okay, like, yeah, so much for actually giving a shit about Krypton lives, but yeah, Krypton lives don't matter. Hashtag. Krypton lives don't matter.
Shit.
Oh my god. Kryptonian lives don't matter. That's the appropriate one.
Of course not.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
He delivers Zod's lines with a laser-focused purpose and shows us who Zod is.
Yeah, okay. No, I agree.
They're cartoony, though.
I agree. He's a good actor. I agree he's a good actor.
Yes, he is.
Dialogue is not good, but he's a good actor. I do not blame the actors in this movie.
But, Eris, aren't you forgetting the writing is Shakespearean?
Oh,
yes.
Shit. Yeah.
And so the actors.
It is Shakespearean. It's some Shakespearean something or another. It's just Shakespearean, guys. It's just a Shakespearean thing.
Why we should
It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god, did I just
very Shakespearean?
Macbeth. Oh my goodness.
Macbeth.
You won't kill us yourself.
It's funny. I could hear. I could see. God, that was funny. The way he paused and then kind of stumbled forward. It was like he should have. That should have been cut. Guys, like I don't know.
Are we still going? We're still going. Okay.
Yeah, it's like you could hear the director saying action, and then he stumbled forward. Like, oh no! Why did you not cut this? Correct?
We'll fix it in post. Don't worry.
No.
You wouldn't sully your hands, but you'll damn us to a black hole for eternity.
Yeah.
Jarrell was right. You're a pack of fools. Every last one of you.
So funny that. So
he's
how
not wrong on that point? This council are morons.
Yeah. How on earth? Why did he start trying to kill him? He clearly agrees with him. You know. He clearly agrees with Jor-El. Why would he then? You must die.
I think they wanted to do like kind of like a Magneto Charles Xavier type relationship with them.
Oh well, they failed spectacularly.
Yeah, they did.
That was not at all.
You know, they agree. They agree on some things, but their methods are different. I think that's what they wanted to do with them.
Right. Okay.
Not only are the themes of hope and sacrifice established early on during
when
sacrifice, I guess, if you're counting him, hope. There's not an ounce of hope in this movie. No.
Well, no, because Jor-El tells baby Kal-El that he's the hope to bring Krypton and Earth together.
Oh, and we had a moment.
That's not what happens.
We said the theme out loud. It must be the theme. Oh, yeah. Okay, right, yeah. You don't
says it, so it must be true.
You don't have to actually convey themes anymore, guys. Not through like storytelling or visual aids. Like no. If you say the theme out loud, it now is the theme of the movie. So yeah, that's just how it is now.
During this opening sequence, what Zack Snyder is able to accomplish with Krypton is stunning.
What?
The amount of detail that went into the design of the.
You mean Pandora?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that this planet looks like fucking New Caprica in Battlestar Galactica. It's so like brown and dark and grim, and there's no color, and it's just.
Remember how vibrant Krypton looked in the Donner film?
Yes, it was all white and crystally, but yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was all, this is ugly. It's got dragons and shit, people riding dragon thingies and
dragon birds.
It's like, I guess they're like supposed to be Pandora or Barsoom or something like that. It's just not Krypton. It's like, what is wrong with you?
I don't,
and I don't necessarily have an issue with there being alien-looking animals on an alien planet, but having them be modes of transportation, that's just weird.
God, so dumb.
They literally have a way to make a baby go to a different planet on like a distant, like nowhere close to this one. All right. They have the means of that kind of transportation, but in order to get from one place to another, they ride on dragons. It's like, but that'd be like in the modern era, we don't have cars, but we have spacecraft. Okay. That can like go to the moon and shit, but we ride on horses everywhere. It's like, what? Why? Why? Why would you not apply that technology to like short means of? Okay, whatever.
Well, there's also an episode of Star Trek Voyager where they reveal that there was a race of dinosaur-like people on Earth.
That's right. I remember that one.
Oh my god!
Built spaceships to escape the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs before they invented the boat.
Ah, yes, that makes total logistical sense.
And they found them in the Delta Quadrant. They've also on Doctor Who, the Silurians were prehistoric that lived on Earth before us too.
Yep. That's right. I forgot about them.
World is wholly unique, and the visual storytelling done by Snyder and cinematographer Amir Mokri is amazing. The themes of hope and sacrifice are the
Oh my god, we have text, guys.
Oh no, he just wants you to know it.
He put the text on the screen, so therefore it must be what the movie's about.
Okay,
yes, sir.
So we're about halfway into this movie. We're about halfway into this video. We're still on Krypton. I'm worried we're about to skip a whole bunch of shit.
Oh, yeah. Halfway through. Yeah, he's
and
this is an essay.
So
it's an S.
I know, right?
It's more like an I say, old boy.
No, right? It's okay. So far, what I've gotten is this movie's great because the acting was great. The visual effects were great, and the screenplay is great. I have no evidence for any of that because I don't mind CGI, but I don't think that this looks like Krypton at all, so it kind of ruins any spectacular things happening on it because it doesn't.
Yeah, this is generic alien world.
It's desolate. It's very dark and dreary, and there's no. I don't feel bad. I don't know. It just doesn't like this. Doesn't. I'm just.
Hope and sacrifice, everyone. Write that down.
Hope and sacrifice. That will be on your pop quiz after the show.
The film is built on, and they are woven spectacularly throughout the film.
How?
You keep saying that? Can you provide evidence?
Can I get a how?
He just says shit, man. I didn't give need to know. You don't know.
It begins
with
the
take his word for it.
Okay. Oh my God.
Jor-El and Lara by staying on Krypton, embracing the fate.
No, they literally didn't have another ship. I don't know. Is that sacrifice?
No.
The question mark?
How about the planet is going to destroy itself. Wife, I know you want to go to Earth and take care of our child. You just stay here because we're part of Krypton's failure. What?
Oh my God, I forgot about that. Fuck.
Come on.
Yeah, we're failures, so we're just gonna stay here and die. Lol. Okay. All right. Cool. I guess. All right.
Shakespearean hope and sacrifice.
Yes, the Shakespearean hope and sacrifice. Yes, the specific.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's a very different definition of hope and sacrifice than anything else we've seen. So,
fate of the fools who doom their planet. But this is juxtaposed spectacularly by the hope that their son Kal-El will continue on and be the living embodiment of everything that is great about Krypton.
Okay, that is like 2 scenes in the movie. That is not theme worthy. Okay, that themes are something that are throughout it, that are interwoven very cleverly throughout the medium that you're doing. It's not like, hey, they died and let this dude live, and they hope that he will not become an asshole. Like, that's not, it's not meaning that sacrifice and hope are throughout the movie. So I'm hoping, because I'm trying to be an optimist here. It's failing a little bit, but I'm still trying. I'm hoping, oh my God, I hope.
You have hope.
The theme. The hope is the theme of this stream. I am
got
hoping.
You too, hope.
Yes, I hope.
The movie is about hope.
Oh my God! I hope that he actually like explains other ways that there's sacrifice and hope. And by the way, if he says that Paul Kent was a sacrifice, I'm gonna get mad at you.
Oh, he will. He will.
Get mad at you. I'm making that prediction. I'm going to do that.
After arriving on Earth, hope and sacrifice are the key components when telling Clark Kent's backstory.
All right, guys, take a shot every time you hear hope and sacrifice. We're making this a drinking game now. All right, let's do this thing.
This is personified by the relationship between Clark and his adoptive father, Jonathan Kent.
Okay.
Many people who love this movie have issues with how Jonathan Kent was portrayed in.
Many people who love this movie.
This scene right here is the biggest problem.
Wait, he just said many people who love this movie have a problem with this scene. What is? Don't you mean many people who don't like this movie?
Maybe. Now
Did
I'm
I
curious.
mishear
Now I'm
that?
actually curious. No, he said love. He maybe. I don't think he misspoke. There you go. Let's see what he says.
Jonathan Kent. Many people who love this movie have issues with how Jonathan Kent was portrayed in Man of Steel. And while I understand those frustrations, you have to realize this is not the all-knowing, perfect, endlessly humble Jonathan Kent that we grew up with.
But that was the choice. That was the choice from the writers. Why you? Okay, people do this, and it pisses me off. Why do you assume that the writers didn't have another option in how things became? Like, there was no all-knowing. Is that omnipotent? Yeah, I think that's what that is. Omnipotent, like etched in stone, like tablet. Okay. That you must write Man of Steel exactly like this, or you will doom all humanity. No, they had a choice, and they didn't choose a good one, a good path on this movie. It is.
Yep, always choices.
They had a choice. This wasn't like etched in stone. It wasn't. So, well, this isn't your daddy's Paul Kent. Like,
I know.
yeah,
I hate that.
But that was a choice. Yeah. The writers chose to make. That's not. That doesn't mean anything. That's nonsense.
He's a douchebag because they chose to write him that way.
Yep.
Hope and sacrifice. I hope the message Paul Kent had was hide and sulk in the shadows. Don't draw attention. Don't stand up for truth, justice, or the American way. Yeah, no, it's awful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I hope they don't make enough.
He's he inspired, instead of inspiring goodness and all these great values, he inspired paranoia and narcissism in this particular Clark Kent version.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess based on how Paul Kent raised him, and we only got like a very small snippet of how he was raised, I don't think I can really blame him for wiping out half of Metropolis. You know, he didn't really, like, Paul Kent really didn't teach him to value human lives at all. So
he didn't have much of a moral compass, that's for damn sure, because Paul Kent didn't give him one. He's a conspiracy kook. He's just, again, he's nothing like Paul Kent, but we're supposed to think that's brilliant. And you see, again, we're shallow.
Ah, yeah.
This is deep.
It's
I've heard certain, I'm not going to say names or any people that, I think are cool and all that stuff, but in certain parts like Phantom Menace and stuff who are really for all this Snyder Cut crap that are Snyder Bros, they call this deep. They put it in their little songs about calling them deep and stuff. And again, the Snyderverse is deep, but so if you like MCU, you're shallow. But, so this is deep. You don't understand.
It's not like Winter Soldier had any messages about government overreach or anything like that.
No, of course not.
But this is about something that's meaningful.
Oh, this is Shakespeare stuff. Right?
Right, it's like, again, guys, if y'all want to like this movie, it's fine. But this is objectively a bad movie. I'm sorry. Yep. I'm sorry to break your heart, but that's the truth.
Yep.
It's bad. And I can just take one. If the movie is so dark and so just like badly like color corrected that it irritates me the entire movie, that's not good. That's not a good thing. That is an objectively bad thing. The morals that Paul Kent was teaching Clark and Superman in this were objectively awful. Okay? Yep. And that's like that's like his core character comes from the lessons Paul Kent taught him. Okay? It's not good. It's just not. Sorry.
The Glenn Ford, Paul Kent, and Superman, the movie in 1978. Now, I only bring it up because people who love this movie love to trash and beat up on the wonderful Christopher Reeve film. He's, young Clark Kent when he runs back, he's all pissed off because he wants to play football. But he says, every time I get the ball, I could score a touchdown every time. And he said, there's a bird showing off when it flies. He's talking to Paul Kent. Does Paul Kent go, yeah, well, yeah, you know what? Go ahead and play football, dude. Yeah, because why not? If you have superpowers, you no one will be able to hurt you. He says, one thing I do know, son, is that you are here for a reason. I don't know what the reason is. Maybe it's because, well, I don't know, but I do know one thing. It's not to score touchdowns. In other words, it's not to be petty. It's not to live. Unfortunately, you can't live like other humans. You do have a power. You can't do these things, so you have to be better. If anybody has to be taught to be better, if you get a kid with those powers, you better raise him to be good. If you don't, and they've done alternate future stuff like that.
Brightburn. Yeah, Brightburn is exactly like, and I am shocked that Superman didn't go full Brightburn in this movie because of the way, like, they taught him worse morals in this movie than they did in Brightburn. Okay, like, it is not good. Like, it is bad. There are ways to, like, okay, Clark rescues a whole bunch of kids on a school bus. That is celebrated. It should be celebrated that, oh, you did this good thing. However, you should parent them in a way that makes them realize without scolding them and telling them he should have let them all die. You should have basically kind of guided him in a, hey, people are going to, if word gets out of your identity, it won't just be like a problem for us. It'll be a problem for you forever. And we want you to be able to enjoy the simple things in life, like when, us raising you the way you did, like the simple things, like to settle down and have a job and just these regular things. Because at some point, you're not going to want to be special anymore. You're going to just want to be normal because you're going to get so sick and tired of being the special boy. And you're just going to want to be normal again. And if you don't be careful, you will never have that option.
Did either one of you ever see the late 80s, early 90s Superboy TV show?
No, I did not.
I've seen a few episodes, but I don't remember it that well.
The first season was awful. Second season got better. The third season was really, really good. I mean, it's very low budget effects and stuff. The Salkinds, who produced the Christopher Reeve films, produced it. They'd only had the rights to Superboy. They couldn't do Superman anymore, so they had to call it Superboy. I liked it. They had one really great episode about this parallel universe device that they kept going through, and he went through it, and one of them, Superboy, killed Luthor. The guy playing Luthor was fantastic. My all-time favorite Luthor, Sherman Howard. He killed him because, but the Luthor from from the show's universe went into that universe where Luthor had been murdered and pretended to be like this televangelist who was guy who came back from the dead after being murdered from Superboy, and it destroyed him. That he just finally broke and killed Luthor, and it made him kind of go bad. But in the second part, it's a story about where the rocket didn't go to the Kents; it actually landed on the farm of this neo-Nazi.
Oh no!
And he became a character, and now as a close to adult, older Superboy, he become a dictator, taking over the world pretty much.
Oh,
Luthor was the freedom fighter. He and Lana and stuff like that, and it was a really good episode. And again, it just speaks to how he was raised is how he's going to behave, he's going to become.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
the fact that Clark Kent was raised by the Kents, small Midwestern values town, is absolutely critical.
Yes,
for Superman to work.
Yes, so he scoffs at the Kents being that perfect, squeaky clean guy. Screw you, dude. That's what he's supposed to be. Sorry.
And the Kents are also an older couple too.
Yeah, they're mom, Pa, Kent. Yeah, they kind of
changed that a little bit later, but yeah. And fundamentally, in the original, it's one thing. Both of them are actually supposed to die in the older origins, but later they've changed where some of them. There's some iterations where they're alive, which is and when he's Superman, which is fine, or one of them is, but that's fine. But yes, point is the Kents are everything to Superman's upbringing and why he's Superman.
Yes. Because ultimately, he's not Superman. He's Clark Kent.
Yes, true.
And Clark Kent is just a regular guy.
Yep.
True. Superman is the ideal. I mean,
yes.
Yes.
All American boy. Yeah.
That's right.
Definitely.
Go for it.
Yeah.
See what old buddy has
This
to say.
version-
I know it's going to go in. I know that we're getting closer every single time I press play. That he's going to defend the stupid tornado scene, and I don't want it.
Oh, he's gonna. I don't know. He doesn't get the
absolutely
detail. Do you think he's going to do it though? He's not really talking about a lot of the details. He's just saying it's good, it's good, it's great. You said it's good. You guys don't like it. You don't understand it. That's
it's about hope and sacrifice. It's about hope and sacrifice. It's about hope and sacrifice.
Maybe I will be spared, but okay.
Is more relatable than any other version of the character that I can think of.
Oh, I hate that word.
Relatable.
That word makes me want to.
Give me one moment.
Perfect, endlessly humble Jonathan Kent that we grew up with. This version is more relatable than any other version of the character that I can think of.
Oh my
god!
I should have just kept playing. Oh my god!
Oh, you're a donkey. Relatable. I hate that term so much. When used, it's so misused.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to any characterization of any kind. Relatable. I don't need relatable. By the way, what is your definition of relatable? What is his?
I don't know. He hasn't defined shit. I don't know. He doesn't even tell me how or why anything he's saying but I don't know. All right.
He's just a father who wants the best for his son.
Obviously not.
Does he,
Have
though?
you watched the movie? Are you sure? Are you sure he wants the best? Because this is one of the worst.
Knowing how the world will react to the existence of Superman and wanting Clark to be ready for those consequences of revealing himself is at the forefront of Jonathan's mind.
And he did a terrible job. Absolutely shit tier job.
He's not trying to prepare him to become Superman.
No.
If that's what we're I'm just saying, on that premise, if that's what you're thinking is happening in this scene, he did a horrible job.
Yeah. He just wants him to hide his powers and just cower from the rest of the world all of his life. He's not teaching him how to be prepared. Look, you have godlike powers. You need to, first of all, we're going to teach you values, and then we're going to teach you, look, certainly take care of yourself, but I don't know how you're going to live with yourself if you don't use them to help people.
Well, no, you use your powers to destroy a trucker's truck.
Yeah, because you're a petty little dickweed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awful. Awful. Yeah. And then oh, good.
It's
And it turns out He was right.
Holy
While the
fuck!
majority
Hold
of
on a
people
second.
believe
Okay.
it's fake,
No.
Was he?
Hold on, guys. This is different. This is important. So I went to very quickly look at my Twitter, and I have some bad news for everyone.
Uh-oh.
William Shatner has apparently died.
No.
No, sir. Wait a minute.
I'm hoping this is fake news. But I just saw it on my timeline. I'm really hoping this is fake news. Chris, I am asking for the power of the Lord of the Wrenches. Can you do me a favor? And while I'm playing this video and we're going over this, can you please look into that? Because I just briefly glanced at my timeline and I saw that and I need confirmation on it. So, okay. Yes.
I'm not seeing any official sources.
Okay. So just I need confirmation on that. I kind of jumped the gun a little bit, but yes, please let me know. All right, I'm going to go back to this.
there are those who feared him and who would go to great lengths to eliminate the Man of Steel.
Yeah, his name is Lex Luthor. And he's played by Jesse Eisenberg, which is very unfortunate. It has nothing to do with Man of Steel. FYI. So,
not seeing anything on it yet.
Okay, I just saw a little thing on Twitter. I'm hoping it's
oh my God! Wait a minute. This is Twitter though.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
not seeing any official sources.
Okay, so somebody just confirm that for me, because we're gonna need a moment for that. But I should.
Very sad news.
If that's the case, all right, let's focus back on the video. I have Chris on it because he's the king of the wrenches. So let's focus back on the video.
But I'm not defending Batman versus Superman.
Okay, by the way, sorry.
I don't.
Wait a minute. Shatner himself an hour ago posted, he was such a super spectacular person.
Okay.
Don't you love trolls? Because some jackass posted it, and the Shatner himself reposted.
Okay, good. All right, we have Hope.
Okay.
Oh my God, Hope is the theme of this stream. I told you, Hope is the theme of this stream.
Yeah, and everyone's goofing on it.
Good. All right, I'm gonna actually put that in the description. That Hope is the theme. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We have that minor. Sorry, my bad. That was All right. Okay, we're good. Everything's good, guys. We're fine.
I don't think I am. The point here is that Jonathan Kent was just a loving father who wanted his son to live a normal life.
No.
He didn't know the answer to the question, what do I do if a school bus of kids are drowning? So he...
You don't tell him to not save them.
Yeah, you say, Clark, yeah, were they, did you like any of them? Oh, they were kind of jerks, Dad. Oh, screw them. Let them die.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he asks, what am I supposed to do? Let him die? And he said, maybe.
Maybe.
Just,
maybe.
What?
Well, the whole movie's great like that. So maybe. Really?
Yeah.
So, Dad, what? You just don't like kids or something? What's wrong?
Okay. It's just an ass on Twitter. Nice. Perfect. Good.
Okay.
I'm glad that Twitter is deciding to remain its normal
annoying cesspool
self. Yeah.
I'm so glad I'm not on there.
You are the smartest one of this group,
you are.
swear.
He allowed Clark to make the decision.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh my God.
I'm good.
Go, someone speak words.
I will say when I do get my videos up and going, I will probably start up a Mines.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm on there. Sort of.
I guess I'm the boomer of this group because I have no idea what you're talking about with the Mines. Is that some alternate platform?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to him saying how much of a good father he is.
Decision when he's ready, and Clark chose to save everyone.
You were sent here for a reason. All these changes that you're...
Oh my God, I thought that was Nick Cage. I was like, wait a second.
You were sent here to score touchdowns.
No, okay.
Only through one day day you're going to think of them as a blessing. And when that day comes, you're going to have to make a choice. A choice of whether to stand proud in front of the human race or not.
Or not. Yeah. If you don't feel like it, don't do it.
That's just kind of shit. I don't... okay, whatever.
Can I just keep pretending I'm your son?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, way to fucking make this kid thinks he's now pretending to be your son. What an asshole.
Way to project your own inadequacies, Goyer.
Good job.
Oh, my son.
Except you're not, which is what I fucking just told you.
Oh, I hugged him too, and he turned into pulp. Oh, sorry, Dad.
Oh, no.
So the sacrifice Jonathan Kent.
Oh, no.
Oh, here we go.
No.
Hey, you nailed it.
I was not. Oh,
save me. I don't want to be in this movie anymore.
Oh, no. Bye. This is not how tornadoes work at all. Bye.
We got a cartoon tornado coming right at you here.
Okay, guys. All right.
Kryptonian tornado.
I'm good. I'm just stretching. Stretching my cringe muscles a bit. Oh, this is going to hurt. Okay. All right.
Clark, that the human race is not beyond redemption is a very important scene, and it's...
What?
That is... No.
Who said that ever? When did they say that in the movie?
That is not at all what the scene is about. It is... It is no. No.
I must have missed that part, you guys. You saw it more recently than I did.
I reject your premise. No.
Jesus Christ.
That is bullshit. No.
Serve to remind us of the themes of sacrifice and hope.
Stop saying that. No. Okay, hold on. Okay, I gotta hear this whole stupid spiel. Okay.
Never turn again.
In the hell?
Yeah, he died anyway for some reason. The dog was the stupidest dog to ever exist. It saw the tornado, it felt it, it heard it way before anyone knew it was there, and still just chilled.
Maybe the dog is Kryptonian. Maybe it's crypto and he just looks different. So tornadoes don't bother me.
Oh my goodness. That's even worse because then Pocket died for a dog that didn't need its help.
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
Sacrifice Jonathan Kent makes to show Clark that the human race is not beyond redemption is.
Oh god! Sorry, I had to pause it again because
that's not why he did it. Oh
no! My god!
Bad. That's such a bad take.
Where do you get that? That's you projecting shit. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What redemption are we talking about? Why did humanity need to be redeemed at this point? I don't get it. Like. Yeah, what if the movie led to him thinking that humanity was not redeemable? That's not what this was. He was trying to say that what they tried to say in this scene was you can't save everyone. That is what they were trying to say. They failed miserably.
That's why he's supposed to die of a heart attack or something, and he couldn't save him. He could easily have saved him. Easily.
Yes, the Donner film, the reason they picked a heart attack was it was outside of Clark Kent's control.
Yep. And that's why at the end, whether you like him turning back time or not or whatever, he can do it. So he can save Lois. He couldn't save his pappy. And again, later in the life, if he's actually Superman, with this technology, maybe he could save someone from a heart attack. But and his knowledge, he didn't have it at that point. He could not save him. This one, he just says, I really sort of like my father, but if he wants to go ahead and die in a cartoon tornado, who am I to stop him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just wants to peace out for literally no reason.
I bet you a lot of normies walked out of the theater like, this is what? Why would you save your father? Screw this.
Oh, this was so bad. This really pissed me off. I would honestly consider myself a Superman normie, and this pissed me off because there's no reason for it. There's no reason for him to die. It's so infuriating.
Yeah, I saw this in the theater with my roommate at the time, and I hated it immediately. It took him a while to process it and everything, but we were both laughing at this scene. When he holds up the hand, like, no. We were both laughing in the theater at this.
In the name of love. Just like,
that's terrible. And by the way, to be fair, I've actually even heard some people who liked the movie say that they didn't get this. They thought it was kind of, Look, I mean, when you, in other words, most people I've talked to, when you bring this point up to them, they can't defend it. Even if they defend the movie, they're like, I see what you're saying. In other words, I've never had any pushback on this till I've seen this guy defend it, except maybe like Zealots, which I guess he is.
Man, he made Chris swear. Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Son of a bitch.
He died to tell his son, you have to hide yourself and abilities from the world, not that humanity was worthy of it. Yeah, exactly. It's stupid. Like, that's not.
Hide your abilities. Don't save people, screwhead.
Even then, like, he still would have run after him, even if, hey, take my mom and get under that bridge. He still would have run after him. Like, I'm sorry, that is just not normal human behavior. That's bullshit. Fuck off.
Very obscene, and it serves to remind us of the themes of sacrifice and hope.
You can stand there. Wait a minute. Does he have superpowers?
Take it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. The tornado does not affect you until you are inside the tornado. That is literally not how wind works. Okay.
Oh my God! The car's flying through the freaking air over, and he's like, son, maybe you don't need to save me because I have superpowers myself. Maybe he didn't die. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe Clark knew, and he knew that he just flew off. He says, I'm tired of your mother's crap. I'm tired of you little whiny bitch. I'm leaving. I'm going to fly off with my superpowers and leave you guys in peace.
Okay, so I have an alternate theory. Paul Kent is secretly Doomsday.
There you go.
That's my alternate theory. There you go. That's why he just stood there as like the multiple, like the hundreds of miles per hour winds did not affect him. Because man, he was. Wait, no, I understand. No, even better. I understand this movie better because it's called A Man of Steel. It's not talking about Superman. It's talking about Paul Kent. Because he's standing there. He has to be made of steel in order to stand there that close to a tornado. All right, we figured it out, guys.
Well, I mean, water draws its power because of it's basically a storm, right? And storms draw their power from moisture in the air. And what is Kevin Costner's most famous movie? Waterworld. So there you go.
Goodness.
There you go. Water. He's water guy. He's
all right, deep themes. Oh my goodness, we're doing it, guys. We're becoming critique YouTube or whatever film YouTube.
Shit, we're
this version of Superman is not built with that same foundation of hope that he is in the comic books.
I can't save you.
Wow, I could totally fucking save you. Wow.
Gee, I'd like to save you, but you said not to, so I always obeyed my pappy. Now don't you feel stupid dying and all? Your own damn fault, dude. Okay, you raised me this way. I'm a dick. I'm gonna let my father die. How do you like it?
Yeah, Pa, this is for you telling me to let children die.
Yeah, how do you like this now, Paul Costner?
Yeah.
You say, okay, I won't save your dumbass then. Bye.
Yeah, I should just let people die, right? Right?
Well, maybe.
Maybe.
Well, here, how do you like this for a maybe, Pappy?
Yeah, right.
What's he gonna do if he does save him? Spank him? I mean, it's like look, screw you, I'm saving you.
I have an invulnerable ass. Go right ahead.
Yeah, it's not. He's not yelling no and like cries of anguish. He's saying "fuck yeah."
Things I've seen Wonder Woman 84 as you have, and this might be one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in a movie. Right here, this whole scene.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is on par with the stupid plane at the Smithsonian scene. I can't.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
It's so bad.
Objective. But here's the thing. He's not infallible. He can make mistakes, and that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, that's a mistake. Look at this dude's expression. Okay, hold on. Let me roll this back real.
Yeah, that's a mistake. Unless admitting it's a mistake.
That was intentional, too.
It wasn't a mistake, motherfucker. He did it because he's a jerk off.
Paul Kent didn't die. He became one with the wind because if as you see, he wasn't dragged up into the tornado. He faded. Look closely. He fades. Who edited? Oh, he now has the power of tornado. Oh my god.
Yes,
Yeah. Is there any superheroes?
Is he Red Tornado?
Yeah, is he Red Tornado?
We
have another origin story.
Or Storm or whatever. Yeah.
He's a transgender.
Well, no, if it was Storm, that'd be cultural appropriation.
That's true.
Oh, they whitewashed and made him a woman.
It could be Weather Wizard, but his powers are technical.
Yeah.
There are a lot of storm elemental type characters. I guess is what he is.
Okay, so I went out to look at this. This dude
It looks like Zack Snyder.
Looks like he's just looking out at like, you know, just something not really interested, doesn't really care. He's just kind of like, like just looking out. I would expect him to be looking out at a parking lot, you know, just like, whatever. And then this is what he's actually looking at.
Stakes, and that's perfectly.
What? How is that an appropriate reaction at all? Like, that's not.
Oh, God.
It's like, that's your livelihood, and the logging company that is waiting on that wood is now going to miss the shipment.
Not just that, the parking lot of the bar is destroyed. Okay, so they have to clean all of that shit up. The trucker, whatever his job is, like that truck is going to have to be replaced. That's totaled. That's never going back. Okay. So he's lost his job. He's lost his transportation. You have fucked over the bar, which didn't do anything to you. No one did anything to you in the bar.
And Ayers, also remember, truckers, when they're out on the road, they have like a little bed in the back of those trucks. They live in there.
Yes.
So this is also this guy's home.
Yes.
No, not to mention this. This is in a post. Even though at this time they hadn't made Wonder Woman 84 yet. So they don't know about superpowered beings. What could possibly explain this shit?
Literally nothing.
There was no tornado going on. There was no storm. There was just a little snow and shit. But no, this could, yeah, all right, sure. It's so overkill. It's so
oh my God. I just realized, what is the explanation for this?
How would the insurance company's like, dude, we don't pay on crap like this. Like, how do you explain this shit? And then again, this is so over the top, overkill. All that overkill crap that was in Wonder Woman 84. This is like that. It's like, dude, people who like, Wonder Woman 84 sucks and all those people say, yeah, that's not Snydery. What about this? This is the same kind of stupid shit you put it in that makes no sense from any standpoint, not just for the character bastardization. It's like, this is stupid. Just do something to screw with the guy if you want to get revenge, for him pouring beer on you. Poor little thing. Sorry.
This is so bad.
Fine. He isn't an omniscient being who always knows what the right thing to do is.
He doesn't seem to know at all what the right thing to do is. Like,
well,
okay, yeah, but when he does do a good thing, he's like punished for it. It's weird. I don't know how he's a superhero at all. I really don't.
And throughout the film, we get to see a young Clark Kent who wants nothing more than to protect people, even when the risk of revealing himself is great.
As long as you don't pour beer on his
death.
Except when his dad's involved.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, unless you're not Kevin Costner or a dude who pours beer all over you.
No, yeah.
We get to see Clark mature from a man who is lost in the world.
No, he doesn't mature.
And he's like still lost.
How mature is this? You can fly and you're doing, and you want.
Often where his place is to a man that becomes the beacon of hope that Jonathan and
he doesn't.
always knew he
But that is not what Jonathan Kent wanted for him in this movie.
No, never.
That's one of the problems.
I like. Did you see what Bryce Anderson said? Man of Steel is the ultimate power fantasy for psychopaths. Yes.
Agreed.
Did you ever see the honest trailers on this? Oh, it's fantastic.
No, I think
it's
probably.
Perfect.
Probably. I saw the how it should have ended of the
Wonder
Woman 1984, which was
honest trailers nails it though.
Oh, okay. I'm sure I watched it.
Yeah,
but because I love watching honest trailers, guys. But
it's fantastic.
Interesting. All right, guys, we have reached the 3/4 mark.
All right, let us push on with that costume.
He's not made any valid points.
No, it's hope and sacrifice.
No, it's great greatness, and you don't get it if you don't get it. By the way, you want to say something nice about Zack Snyder?
Oh my goodness,
the fun of it in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know how he's wearing this. I hate the costume.
Yes, I know that.
But when this was announced, when the year leading up to it, because of all the stupid shit he was saying, I thought he was going to be wearing like just a black trench coat and shit. We joked about it for years. Like, this guy is so anti-Superman. He's a minimalist when it comes to superheroes. He thinks is always dark. We knew it was coming. We also there won't even be a costume. He's just going to run around with a friggin' black trench coat and shit. You know, Smallville, there's no costume. It's like, so yeah, he's probably, and so I hate this costume, but when he actually had he's wearing a costume of sorts. I was like, wow. Okay, now go to that doesn't mean
and he
much
wears it for a huge chunk of the movie too. It's
so
not
I was
like
surprised.
Yeah.
I hate it, but I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not kidding you. I thought it would be like an X or it would like an S on a black T-shirt or something. Not all that terrible Superboy that they have now that they've had for years. You know, something with jeans. You know, or so whatever. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
But that was sort of nice about him.
Yeah.
Sort of.
All right. They did a.
I just wish the colors were a little more vibrant, but
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
well, the whole everything's muted. Like this
Yeah.
whole yeah.
that's true. That's true.
So
Go for it.
All of them culminates in one of the most breathtaking sequences in the history of cinema, at least.
wow.
What? I gotta know.
Wait,
I know. I just wanted to linger that he just said that, and whatever is about to follow
Shit.
is yeah.
At least in my opinion. Superman's
At least in my opinion. Okay,
Fair
I
enough.
give this man credit. He did
All right.
say that. Okay, fair enough.
first flight.
I'm sure he's a nice dude.
Snyder is at
Oh,
the
this
top of
thing.
his
I
game.
got you.
Oh,
Here. The way that he depicts the immense power of Superman
I
while
don't-
also
what is
giving
this?
us a glimpse
Go
of
away.
the weight put on the shoulders of someone who is
CGI
given such
Kate.
an important task is utterly jaw-dropping. With
Is
the
it?
words of Jor-El in the back of his mind, Clark makes his decision to become Superman, the embodiment of hope that the world so desperately needs.
Whoa.
After the return of Zod
We
and
wish.
his followers,
yeah. I don't know. I don't just.
Okay, look, it's an alright scene, I guess, if you like
It's-
that sort of thing, but it takes what, 5 seconds?
One of the better scenes in this movie, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah,
I
I
agree
guess.
with that
Sure.
at least. But
Fine.
yeah, I wouldn't say it's one of the most amazing things that ever happened in cinematic history. But okay. He did say it's his opinion, so I give him that. Most people would not.
Sure, that's fair.
So
sure.
fair enough. All right, I give credit where credit's due.
we get into the territory where people who
Ugh.
don't like the film really start speaking up. And I'd like to get this out of the way as soon as possible.
What? How? Okay. One of
we-
one of the worst scenes is like we've already talked about some of the worst scenes in this
And-
movie. I don't.
This is one of the biggest problems that a lot of people have, and I want to get through it because I only have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I was like, dude, people have been having problems with all kinds of parts of this movie. But please, make your case, if you will.
Yeah.
Probably won't.
Possible. The idea that Superman doesn't save people is just ridiculous.
Did someone? Hey, I have a question, guys. Did anyone here say that
What?
Superman doesn't save people?
There's one rescue scene when he's wearing the costume for the dude in the helicopter. The rest of the time, he just punches things.
And you could make the argument that when he gives himself up to Zod, he's doing it to try to save the Earth, but it doesn't work.
He's also trying to save his own ass too, but which
Yes,
is fine.
there's
but I mean,
there's that too.
No.
And yes, if you look at the set photos, the suit looks way better.
It does.
Way better than when you're just looking at it in this movie. This movie, it's awful. It's very, like I said, very blue filtered, very gray.
Mhm.
It's not good.
No.
No.
This was pretty stupid too. And you let him put the cuffs on him, all that kind of crap. And he said when he says the S is a symbol for hope. You got to understand. You know me. In 2013, I forced myself to go see this thing because everyone said, and I was getting calls for friends like, "You better not go see that shit." Like that morning when I was at work, I said, "Look, I've been talking shit about this thing for a long time. Now it's time to be objective, to go and see if there's anything to say about it. I've got to review it because I'm the one talking all the shit." You know, and they said, "Well, yeah, but you'll give that thing money." I said, "Look, I'm going to go pay and sit down and watch the scene. I'm not going to pirate this time." And I went to the theater by myself. No one wanted to go with me. No one. So I had to go by myself. And it wasn't that it was first night. And it wasn't that filled up in the theater. And I think there were people all over kept looking at me going, "Oh, you got to be just like I tried to behave. I'm not loud in movies or anything, but every once in a while, oh God, I couldn't stop, man. And when he says that the S is for hope, I don't know how I kept from projectile vomiting across the theater.
Yeah, that's fair.
Does Paul Kent ever coach his son to save anybody's life? So
No.
far, the score is let busted children die and let your father die. Yeah, exactly. No,
Yep,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
pretty
exactly.
much.
You got it right. Yeah, no. And
right.
hello.
T.D. Myers.
And this was from earlier. I thought this was funny. This was in regards to the the trucking scene.
Yes.
Yeah,
Probably.
Yeah.
Try selling that to the insurance company.
Right.
He surrenders himself so no harm will come to the people of Earth. And after learning Zod's plan, Superman makes the decision to let Krypton die so humanity...
He never knew Krypton.
But he has no connection to
Like,
Krypton.
he has literally no emotional connection to Krypton. He doesn't even have an emotional connection to his father. Because, again, you forget, he is basically a human being, but with superpowers. That is kind of the appeal of Superman in a way.
Yep.
It's like he's just a regular old dude with superpowers just trying to make the world a bit better. Okay? So when you take a human being and you introduce them to people who are just like, yeah, I'm your dad. Yeah, you came from this planet. They're like, okay, that's cool. But you have no emotional connection to them because you just met them. That's it. You know, this is all new. This isn't something he doesn't care. Really. I mean, he does, but he doesn't. You know what I mean? It's like he respects it. Like, oh, this is my legacy. Like, okay, this is what came before me. These are my, this is important because this planet is now gone, and I'm glad that I have like this knowledge and shit because no one else has this other than the bad guy I'm currently fighting. Like, okay, that's good, but it's not like people don't understand that when you just meet somebody, even if they are your dad or your mom, you're biologically, you don't look at them like that just because they are genetically connected to you, because human beings are emotional creatures. And if someone raised you as their son, you are going to be far more likely to view them as your parents than the person who you just met that you didn't know for 30 years standing before you claiming they're your dad. There's a significant, it's all about the psychology behind it. So no, he doesn't have an emotional connection to Krypton at all. So
no, it's not really at all.
No, yeah, and he could eventually, and I'm talking about right now in this movie, he could eventually develop one because of the Fortress of Solitude, right? And interacting with that and becoming more familiar with it, having a fondness for it, There's you're starting to create a connection there because he's interacting with it more than, yo, what's up? I'm your dad. Yeah, you came from over here, but now you're here. It's whatever. He's not gonna have an emotional connection. That's not how human beings work. So anyway.
Yep.
Be saved, making a sacrifice for the hope of the future. So let me.
Are you really sacrificing anything if you don't have an emotional connection to it? Like if I throw away this cup, I don't have any emotional connection to it. Am I really sacrificing the cup to keep my apartment clean? Like, is that really sacrificing? I don't think it is. I think I'm just doing something. That's not really sacrificing. And by the way, the reason why he wanted to stop Zod, it's because Zod was basically going to kill everyone to recreate something that he just didn't see the worth in it, Zod could have gone out.
His mom.
Oh, and he threatened his mom. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's true. Martha's all about Martha.
Martha, why did you say that? That's such a great meme scene. So great.
Let me say it again. Superman saves the entire human race in this movie.
Yes, that is
technically yes.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Yeah, he stopped the terraforming machine, so yeah.
Yes, and if he didn't save all of humanity, I would have been very confused. Like, that is bare minimum I'm expecting from Superman, okay? People forget that he saves, he's Superman. If he didn't, I would have been my jaw would have been on the floor if he just let humanity die. Like,
it was stunning and brave.
It's like, wait a second. Oh my God, what is happening to this? What is going on? Now, funnily enough, that actually would have made more sense because of everything else he got about his moral compass from his, pocket. But, yeah. I don't know why that's like a big, oh my goodness, Superman saved everyone. It's like, yes!
But that's also one of the problems with the film. Him saving the human race is not the climax, because then he has to fight Zod, and it's another overblown action sequence that lasts way too damn long, and he causes untold destruction on Metropolis.
Yeah, it's very much so.
Absolutely.
I forgot that he had to fight Zod at the end, and so I was like, okay, the film's wrapping up, and then it cuts to another scene. I was like, wait, what? What are you doing? Movie? What?
I remember being in the theater when I saw this, and again, I was with my roommate, and it's like there was this long, exhausting action scene with him fighting the thing, and Lois and the military people on the ship and all that stuff. And then when Zod was still there, I remember I looked over to him and I was like, "Is this still going?"
Oh, it was. Look, this movie was basically disaster porn.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It really was.
I mean, you're not wrong, but it wasn't even good disaster porn. It was like
When action is exhausting, and not because it's so intense, but because it's tiring to watch.
Yes,
that's a problem.
Michael Bay.
Yeah.
J.J. Abrams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why I get really aggravated when people say, "Oh, well, he's way better than J.J. Abrams." Well, yeah, okay, having a root canal is better than J.J. Abrams too, but this still sucks. Is he that far off from those guys like Bay and J.J. Abrams? I just don't think so. I think he's just the same shallow shit. He has a different style, and he's good. He can be a good visual director sometimes. In this one, he's just not really that great visually either.
No, and Goyer's script is trash.
Total trash.
No, Shakespearean.
This is
right.
Remember, Goyer's the guy that when they were early stages of talking about Justice League, he was the guy that said he hates Martian Manhunter and he wouldn't want anything to do with him.
Oh God, I forgot about that. It's like
he's the guy.
Martian Manhunter is the soul of the Justice League.
Great character.
Yes,
he really is.
He's very important to that group.
This idiot didn't get it.
What I'm saying, Pat, is they introduce it to him. And that's it. It's not like, there's like it's not like you would like say, okay, I have a lot of Irish blood in me. And if I go to Ireland, it's kind of like, this is kind of from my ancestors. That's different than him being kind of just told this shit. And this guy then just, I guess, projecting his own, what he thinks is happening on and saying that, it's this really deep meaning of like, it's his dad. And it's like, he's not on Krypton. Krypton's gone. And he's just, if it was in the Fortress of Solitude, I would get it, but it's not. And it kind of loses it.
I mean, Superman eventually does become very connected to Krypton, but the whole point of it is he is an Earthling, and it's his world too. Certainly, he loves Krypton, and learns about it. But especially at this point, he didn't really know. Again, there's a problem too. His Krypton is crap. Who would want to have any kind of if he learns all the things he learns about the Krypton from this movie, he'd be like, that place sucks.
Yeah.
Or Jor-El taking your wife and son away from you and you doing absolutely nothing about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly.
Oh God, that still irritates me.
It's not. I'm not kind of obviously not shaming the past and like the importance of knowing our history and our culture and kind of our where we come from. Like I understand that. I am saying at this point in the movie, he had no emotional, or just this point in his past, he had no emotional connection to it.
All he meant was Ghost Dad. Yeah.
Yeah, he had no emotional connection to it. I think it becomes a bigger portion, but to then say that, but for this guy to say that the reason he wanted to defeat, he had to lose Krypton again in order to save humanity is not true, because he didn't know Krypton at that point. I think eventually it becomes an essential part of his character to learn where he came from. Especially the Fortress of Solitude is very that's it. Yeah, I mean, he starts growing things that were there. He like has statues of his parent. Like he reconnects with this, but at this point in his story, given what I have in the movie to go off of, there's not enough of an emotional connection there for his entire motivation to defeat Zod to be based on the fact that he had to sacrifice Krypton again. And that's a huge problem. That's not what I'm saying.
Right. And in the Donner movie, he was a very young man when he went to the when he created the Fortress of Solitude, and he was taught by Jor-El as well
for 12 years.
Yep.
Stood there for 12 years. By the way, Steve mentioned, the fact that none of my friends wanted, should have been my first. Dude, I had a first clue 2 years before the movie came out. I knew it, but you have to watch something if you're going to review it.
Yes,
that is true.
You have no credibility if you don't watch, read, or anything. If you're going to put your money where your mouth is, you review, or you just go, I hear that sucks, but that's all you can do.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. So basically what I'm saying is it is a huge part of his character, but it's not at this point in what it's represented in the movie at all. And like Chris Purchase said, he's not losing Krypton a second time. He never had it to begin with. And Zod is not a good representation of Krypton at all.
No.
If he really, and honestly, if Zod really gave a shit about the Krypton legacy living on, he wouldn't have found an already populated planet like that. Okay? Thank you. Yay! Yeah. Fair. All right, oh my goodness, did we just have an argument without insulting each other, like, to the point that
damn it, Pat! You're supposed to insult us.
Oh my God! No ad homs.
well, no, we're supposed to insult him because that's how it goes. You insult the audience, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not being very good. I'm not being very good at this.
And by the way, my good hail to you, Patty's from my neck of the woods. By the way, good out there. So from down here. Hope you're staying warm there, brother.
Yeah, I hope everybody's staying warm because, good God, what is this?
Terrible. Even if we're getting cold, that if we're going to get snow here, like they in Louisiana, which is unlikely because never in my life do we ever get it. It's bad. It's everywhere else.
Dude, okay, it's supposed to get down to 12 degrees on Monday.
We're about to get. I'm 15.
In Houston.
Yeah, Houston don't get it either. That's terrible. We get 15 degrees, they say.
Yeah, it's like what is this
unheard of?
What is this upside down world I'm living in at the moment? We don't really have 4 seasons.
Are you seriously suggesting that it's going to be warmer up here in Pittsburgh than in Houston?
Yes, it's stupid.
Could happen, I guess. It's rare, though.
Yeah,
it's dumb.
Yeah, because we have a low of 22 tomorrow. It's supposed to get up to 30.
Yeah, Sunday here is high of 37, low of 19.
So you guys are used to it up there, Josh. Here,
oh yeah.
A regular day here during the winter, usually, and I'm lower than Eris is. I'm in Baton Rouge. Can't get too much more south than that in the country, just about, and a little bit, but not much. And a normal day here, when it's supposedly quote unquote cold, if we get down into the 40s at night or into the next day it'll be 70 degrees.
Yeah, exactly. Like next week, I'm looking at this, and it's like upper 60s, low 70s. It's like, okay.
It's not uncommon for me to have to use my AC in the daytime and my heater at night.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, up here in Pittsburgh, it's heater all the time during this time of year.
It's but right now I got a fan blowing on me because the heater's too damn hot in here.
Yeah, I have fans on, I have the heater on, and I'm wearing like a blanket.
That's crazy.
Like, it makes total sense. All right.
He flies across the planet to stop the world engine and then flies back to face Zod, whose entire goal is to end all life on Earth so Krypton could be reborn. One question.
Yeah, he did a really shit job at his goal. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Again, after Superman destroys the terraforming world changer thing, Zod's focus at that point should be saving the remainder of Krypton. That should have been his focus.
Yep.
No.
That's right.
No. No. Must beat. Must a blue and red
I
man
want to
bad.
punch a guy in the face.
S-man bad. Must punch.
Question you'll hear a lot of people bring up when discussing this film is, why didn't Superman do more to prevent the destruction of Smallville and Metropolis? Why didn't he do more to save innocent bystanders? Well,
yeah, because he could have just flown. He could have led Zod out of the city,
which he always did, and which real Superman always did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I got to hear his answer to this.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Here's the thing. Superman was doing everything in his power to stop these alien invaders, and anytime a chance came about to save just one or two people, he took that opportunity.
When? One dude he saved from a helicopter.
He caught Lois.
Really
he caught Lois when she fell.
I don't agree with that. Like,
oh well, yeah, but when does he do a lot of rescuing?
He causes a lot more loss of life than he does like rescuing. Like one of the first things you do, they did this correctly in Dragon Ball of all franchises. They did it better in Dragon Ball than they did in this movie. One of the things that you have to do as a hero is try to save people, and one of the ways you can do that is by luring the bad guy, make bad face, out into a more desolate area so that you're not killing thousands and thousands of people with your big fight.
Yeah.
He did not do that.
Look, let me tell you something. A dirtbag though he is, even Joss Whedon, and he criticized Snyder for this, for him it being such destruction and Superman just not giving a shit. So in Avengers of Age of Ultron, whatever you think of that movie, I happen to like it, but if you don't, whether you like it, that's irrelevant. With this, the big fight going on, actually a couple different scenes, but even in Sokovia, he said he made it a point, and not just because of this, because you should do it. He said he wanted to show superheroes rescuing people, because that is part of what they do. They don't just punch things. They don't just fight villains even. They rescue people. And he showed a lot of that.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, there's a anime out there called My Hero Academia. And funnily enough, they actually follow this, where it's basically like it's a American-inspired Japanese cartoon about superheroes. So it's very American-inspired. And one of the things that they do is that it's out of school, obviously, superheroes, and they have a specific section of their class dedicated to rescue in various forms of natural disaster or things happening. Is you're teaching these kids how to rescue people, and then you go and so I watched that, and I want to watch this movie, and it's like he caused more of the harm than even Zod did. Zod didn't cause nearly as much destruction as Superman ended up doing.
Which is why Batfleck was pissed off at him. As stupid as BVS is, he was almost at a point.
Yeah, it's actually one of the few things of the movie I thought actually worked. Calling Superman out on that level of destruction.
I mean, yeah, I hate the movie, but it's tough to argue with that of it. He's like, well, yeah, dude, you punch things and people die all over. Didn't, in fact, they had a scene that I was already hating the movie, mind you. Isn't there a scene now where there's some of us thought might be the female equivalent of Jimmy Olsen, didn't turn out to be, but some girl named Jenny, and Perry White is over there trying to save her or something, but you never see Superman come rescue her?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. She doesn't matter.
Aren't you as a viewer, just you seeing? If
I thought he was. Yeah.
You're supposed to come rescue. He never does any of that.
Yeah, I thought he was, and I was kind of like, oh wait, what is happening?
Yeah, she's trapped under some rubble, and Perry White's like trying to dig her out. Yeah. What harm could there have been to just have Superman just show up for just a split second to just lift the rubble to let her out?
if there
and
were
then fly off to continue the fight or something.
There should have been multiple scenes of him rescuing as many, and then getting punched when he's trying. You could, if you at least show him trying to save people. He's not experienced yet, and the bad guys take advantage of him, adding to his
right. Zod's a trained soldier, and he's just trying to help out what he can. Right. He's not used to this,
but he doesn't give a shit about anybody.
No.
I don't know what movie this guy seen. Is there a special edition somewhere with added scenes with him saving people? Maybe. I didn't see it. So if this guy's got a special version I don't know about, I don't know what he's talking about when he says he's saving people.
No, it's about hope and sacrifice and saving people.
Did he just not say he's saving people in this movie a lot? Where?
He just is, man.
Okay, let's take his word for it.
But this isn't the Superman that's in his prime that we see in the comic.
Dude,
that's no excuse.
Okay. I'm going to tip my hat to Christopher Reeves in this instance because he wasn't in his prime either, and
remember, the first scene when you finally see him as Superman, establishing what do they do? Is he punching things and throwing buildings and shit?
Nope.
He's rescuing people.
Yeah, with the helicopter, right?
Helicopter. Look, and you call it corny if you want. Cat in a tree, Air Force One. Right. Then he stops a burglar. A guy climbing up a building. He takes a couple of criminals out with their boat and stuff. All wonderful stuff. Establishing. It's called establishing things. And establishing. He's just getting started and he's saving people. Imagine that.
No, not allowed. This is current year. Okay, we don't save people.
And then when they do it, like we said earlier, when they do it in BVS, he's not very happy about it. It's like, all right, fine, people. If he really means that much to you.
No, always remember, guys, Superman could not save his mom. Batman had to do it. The man with super hearing and super speed and super strength could not go into a warehouse of thugs and save his mom. Just saying. All right.
Tells us this multiple times, and people still ignore it.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. What tells us? What about
comic books? The movie tells us this.
The movie tells us this multiple times, but stare at this JPEG.
Multiple times, and people still ignore it.
When does it say that?
Son of Hell, unsure of yourself. The
fact that yes, this scene really kind of got under my skin because there are people cowering and he continues to fight her in this. His first move is to leave this area immediately because he can't save them at the moment because he doesn't have anything to distract her with. So or he either throws her out the building and that's that. And rescues these people and then goes after her, or he leaves the building. But instead, he chooses option C. Note that I did not even list option C. All right. Let me continue fighting in this collapsing building with innocent human beings around me.
IHOP.
Oh, yes.
The IHOP. Yeah, damn it, man. I want some pancakes. What are you doing?
I was painfully aware of all the corporate sponsors in this movie. The Nikon shot was hilarious. The IHOP,
I thought Sears was the most funny since it's like there's all this destruction going on, and the shot is perfectly angled so that the Sears logo is right behind Superman.
I think my favorite.
Lots of destruction at Sears. It kind of describes their business model, but.
My favorite was the Nikon. I had it just because because Lois Lane puts it up so that the camera's more in focus on the Nikon camera than it is even on her, and then she walks away and it lingers for 2 seconds on the camera like you're about to go into a commercial.
I like the 7-Eleven because it reminded me of when I was a kid buying comics.
Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh yeah. Shit. And we will never thank you. We'll never have an IHOP sponsor. Oh my god.
That you possess a sense of morality and we do not gives us an evolutionary advantage.
Clark was fighting off the sword.
Oh, was that him saving people? Is that his example of them saving people? Is a bunch of human beings cowering in fear of what was happening? Praying to never ever they can live.
Did he save one dude in a helicopter? And I was like, okay, that's enough.
Didn't that dude die later?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
did
Like
he
at the end of the movie.
Oh no, Chris! Oh my god.
He should have went and got an icy at 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite things to do is actually while I'm watching a movie, see if any corporate sponsors stick out real hard.
Yeah.
Like I said, the I watched A Color Out of Space yesterday, and it was very painful to watch the very obvious placement, product placement of the AirPods. Like they would zoom in on the AirPods. And I was like, oh, no, God, stop it! Like they would angle the camera in a very awkward way so that they were center frame. Like, no, what are you doing?
My favorite is when they have like a Pepsi or a Coke, and,
and
the logo is like perfectly angled toward the camera.
Yeah,
like,
I think
not a single finger is like covering up the logo.
Yeah, well, like in Superman 2 when he throws Zod into the Coke sign.
I forgot about that. Yeah,
my parents have been watching The Expanse, and they actually pointed out to me that in season 2, the some of the pods that they use to try to stop what's happening on, I can't even remember the station. It's FedEx pods, and it's like the FedEx side is apparently very, very blatant across the pods. It's just like, oh no, what is happening?
Claude just beat me to it. I was about to say Godzilla 1984 with the Dr. Pepper vending machine, like right in the center of that hallway.
Or what is it? The Diet Coke sponsorship that's in a unicorn store, where like there's a whole like kind of montagey. I guess it's just a bunch of clips kind of played where Brie Larson is being talked to by Samuel L. Jackson. He's showing her around and what needs to happen. And the entire time she's holding this Diet Coke with the label facing the camera. And every time they cut to a different scene and she's not facing the camera, the Coke is turned so that you can still see the Diet Coke label every time, every frame, every angle that she's in. It's so painful. It's like, no.
Oh boy.
We have a minute and a half left.
Yeah, we can do this.
I love that us like discovering corporate sponsorships in this movie was like the most fun. Yeah, right. All right.
And we do not. Gives us an evolutionary advantage.
Clark was fighting off the Sword of Rao followers, soldiers who were literally bred to be warriors, given DNA to make them faster and stronger than any other Kryptonian. Trained for years to become living weapons, and you're complaining because Superman wasn't able to casually force Zod to fight him in space.
That's not.
No.
Did anyone have that complaint? What?
No.
I don't question. What?
No, he doesn't have to fight them in space. He just needs to lead them out of the city because they're going to go after him.
Yeah. There was apparently a huge desert thing somewhere nearby.
Right next to him. It looks like to me they could have brought him on into the sticks a little bit, but no. If they're trying to kill you, fly away.
Or when the woman there is threatening his mom, he starts punching her, goes through a huge empty cornfield, and leads her right into Smallville.
Even though I don't like Superman 2 for a lot of reasons, except for the Donner cut, he does start a fight in the city, and the fight goes on in the city. Remember when he realizes, when he sees what's happening, all the bad things, the villain, and he sees that the people are in danger, he takes off. They all thought he was abandoning him. No, he left because he realized this is not going to end well. He's just going to destroy everything. People are going to get hurt.
Right.
So, and they're after Superman, which they are in this thing. Well, they're after Super Cowboy. He should leave. Let him chase him.
No, I love.
Yeah, I mean, we know he can fly to the Arctic, so just take him there, where no one around.
Can you imagine if Black Widow had been drinking Diet Dr. Pepper while fighting the Russian spies in the Avengers? That would have been amazing. That would have been amazing.
That would be great.
Yeah, it's a fun game I like to play. Like, hey, find a corporate sponsorship, and it's great. Like movies nowadays are always trying to convince me that everyone has AirPods, and I know that's not true. So it's like it's funny when those kind of things happen, or when you have a giant sign. Like no other brand is like known brand is being used except for like these very big corporate ones, you know. And it's very clear because even those signs are kind of darkened, and so you have the big, oh my goodness, bold, brightly lit, like one of the only brightly lit things in the entire movie, like front of an IHOP. And it's like, it's painfully obvious, you know.
Well, my favorite, one of my favorite things ever though is like when you have like regular people in a movie set now in modern times. You have regular people pulling out like a Nikon camera or some other kind of big camera instead of using their
phones. Yeah, they do that still,
which everyone uses now.
I never see cameras anymore. I know people have them, but I never see them.
Yeah, no, at no point am I going to pull out a camera when I have a camera on this. Like, unless I bring a camera specifically to shoot pictures or video of something. It's most likely if unless that is my intention upon going out there, I'm most likely just going to use my phone because it's easier, it's more portable, you know.
And Lady Miss brought up a good point. If they went to the Arctic, think of the penguins.
Oh my God!
That's true.
No, the penguins. Oh my God! No, okay. He makes a point. All right, so we want normal desert, not Arctic desert. Okay, because the penguins are more important. All right.
Or Zod to fight him in space.
I was bred to be a warrior, Cal.
Good for you.
Trained my entire life. Master my senses.
Right, which is why he can't let him get to full power.
Yeah. Right.
I guess what most people overlook or just forget is that Superman was getting his ass kicked for most of this fight.
Which doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense why Zod is able to kick his ass when he has just been exposed to the sun and the atmosphere, and he's starting to get these powers when Kal-El's had them his entire life.
That's like saying that you have a veteran. I don't know. You have here we go. You have Tom Brady. All right, and he's going up against this rising star college player. All right, and he's pretty good. You know, in fact, you know, I'll knock it down one. High school player. He's a rising star high school player. He's pretty good, but like he hasn't been around enough to have like the experience skills that Tom Brady would have, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like saying that guy, that high schooler, is kicking Tom Brady's ass for 80% of the game. And it's like, okay, well, is it even a win at that point when Tom Brady eventually wins? You let this guy that's not really that. He's not nearly as experienced at this, or he's not even at his peak level yet, and he's kicking your ass. What is happening?
Yeah. Again, it just doesn't. You know, this guy he's really, really reaching here anyway. Like, okay, sure. Yeah. Zod's experienced and Super Brat isn't. So what? You know, your movie still sucks. And yeah, if you want to say that does not excuse him just walking around and just running around punching things and not caring about what's going on around him and not caring about people. He still could have flown away. He still could have tried to drag him out of he still could have tried to rescue people. None of what you're saying, dude, you're just saying it's awesome and everybody's wrong. None of what you're saying explains why he doesn't try to protect people and rescue it. None of it. You're not answering that at all. You're not even addressing it.
No. Well, I mean, in order to address these issues, and I guess there could be a way. It's not this video, but I guess somebody could eventually maybe make a video over, you know, bringing good arguments to the table of like building off what this guy has kind of laid down. But like, I doubt it. This movie is objectively bad, and it's really hard when a movie is objectively bad for you to then convince me it's objectively good just because you like it. It's hard to do that. you know, and it kind of makes me not want to take you that seriously as a film critic. I'm just saying, like, if you can't separate your emotions like that from the product at hand, it's I don't care how it makes you feel, okay? I care about the material that is presented before me, and I will judge it off that, not my emotions, okay? Yes, certain things in this movie pissed me off, but at the end of the day, if those were good things, that was well done and it was meant to piss me off, that is different than this is so stupid, I'm getting angry about it. Like, there is no reason this should be happening. The tornado scene is a perfect example of that. There is no reason this should be happening. This is stupid. If it was well made and I was supposed to get angry that he died, right? Then all right, fine. Okay, fine. I don't know how you would have done that with the tornado, but if you did it, fine, whatever. It's different. It's not about the fact that you like it. It's we're judging whether or not it's actually on an objective basis good. And so many people don't get the difference between that.
Oh, we're getting to the big one here. Yeah. Big excuse time.
See, for me at least, the big one was the tornado.
I mean, for this guy, probably.
Yeah, based on the film's logic, and I do say the film's logic, I can understand why this was the end of it. It's because it's the film's logic, right? It's not actual logic. It's not actual human, like, okay, this is A to B, because we never would have gotten this scene if actual human logic and good storytelling would have happened. So because of the film logic, I get why he killed him. I still don't like it, and I think it's bullshit.
I'll reserve till I want to see his excuse because I got something to say to that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And we have less than a minute for this guy to go over this point.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. The opportunity to end Zod's madness, saving the entire human race, he took that opportunity despite how much it hurt him to do it. Superman openly cries in agony after he was forced to end Zod's life. So those people who think this film is...
Why? Yeah. You didn't give a shit about all the other people that have been dying all over you, but somehow this asshole from another planet, you're going to whine about it when you didn't give two flying fucks about anybody else getting destroyed by buildings and all of your bullshit. So why?
I would say that even I understand the film... I hesitate to call it logic, but the film logic of how he came to the conclusion of killing him. And I still don't even agree with it. I don't agree that he should have killed him. And I think that, personally, if you're going to break his neck like that, that would have shot the laser at the people. Okay? That laser would have gone directly at the people. I think he could have, knocked him out.
I have another question.
I think that would have been the better one.
Why, if Zod's such a badass soldier and all this kind of shit, look, he got through just as we saw him just explaining to Kal-El.
Mm-hmm.
How could a guy like Kal-El with they have the same powers,
even
get him in a headlock and kill him that easily? Zod's a pretty badass. I mean, a non-experienced fighter against a trained, bred soldier he didn't need to use his heat vision or that shit anyway. He could have just, get off me, bitch, and boom, throw him off easy.
Yeah. Well, also, why focus on
that's going off of the movie's logic, where Zod is now as powerful as Superman, even though logically he shouldn't be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Going off of the film's logic.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to go off of. The film's logic, which is stupid and not even logical. I get how they came to that conclusion, but there are so many problems with it that I can't quite accept it as a conclusion, right? It's like, okay, so why are we focusing so hard on this family? Why does he care so much? Why is he using his heat vision? He easily could have just he could have just barreled himself into them and killed them. If it was like, okay, imagine if it was people he actually cared about, not just random humans. Imagine if it was, Mark and Lois Lane.
Oh, wait, no, he doesn't care about his dad.
No, actual people he cares about, like Lois Lane and his mom. Not his dad.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. If it was those two, it would make more sense. But it's just a bunch of random people, and he literally has not given a shit when he's flown through, like, he's knocked over multiple skyscrapers. He's destroyed at least half the city. Thousands are dead because of his choices in this movie. And all of a sudden he cares about this family. That doesn't make sense to me based off any of that logic.
I guess he just can't see it happen. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as, it's fine if everybody's just dying all over the place, but because of his bullshit. But hey, yeah, I don't want to have to watch it.
The best part of the Superman movie was when Wonder Woman showed up. Oh, wait, that's the wrong movie. Still the best part of the Superman movie, though.
Yeah.
I like that, Lady Best. The best part of this movie is not even in this movie. Well done. Oh, my God.
Oh, shit. Well, he's almost there. Look, he's almost
right.
there.
We're in the home stretch, guys. This is
not visually stunning. Who think the script is hot garbage.
It is.
Who think Superman is bland and not inspiring.
Yes.
I say,
nope. Check true.
You are nitpicking and biased. I win. Bye-bye.
Shut. Oh,
whoa.
That's how you end it, dude. You bitch in 10 minutes. You said nothing, but it's great. You suck if you don't like it.
Nope. You are nitpicking and biased.
I was willing to think the guy's at least a nice dude, but he's a punk.
Bye-bye.
Oh, damn it. I missed it. Fuck.
That's
okay.
bitch stuff right there.
Yeah, I want to hear, what was the setup for this again?
Okay.
If you
were
nitpicking. All right.
Yeah.
So those people who think this film is not visually stunning, who think the script is hot garbage, who think Superman is bland and not inspiring, I say,
nope. You are nitpicking and biased. I win. Bye-bye.
Well, he tells me, you know what I want? I've hated it for all that time, and I was wrong. It's the greatest movie ever made. I love it. He's right.
Oh, my God.
It's the best. What a great movie. Thank you, guy.
I've seen the light,
Thank
guys.
you.
I was so wrong.
You know what? I was nitpicking and biased. You're absolutely right. I did not talk about constant logical flaws in the movie.
This was totally about me a winning or losing scenario, and I you know what, I'm gonna say it. This is fucking stupid. This is a stupid way to end it. Completely realize that we were being really lenient with you, and you just completely destroyed all of that with this quote unquote funny bit at the end.
This was funny?
That's why I said funny, quote unquote. You did not. Wow. You didn't give me a single point. You said hope and sacrifice a bunch, which is fantastic.
And Shakespeare.
And something about Shakespeare. Yeah, there's some kind of Shakespeare or something or another. But like, to end your video on this is stupid. Sorry, it's stupid. It's
you know what this guy is? And again, he tried to make it something, and he came off like a fairly affable person who was just, basically engaging in hyperbole because he likes it. And if you don't like it, he was like, if you don't like it, because he kept saying, in my opinion, like fairly reasonable, at least rational things like, if you like, it's cool. And then he drops it with this. This guy is the typical Snyder bot. He was trying to make him sound like a fairly affable individual. That's a Snyder bot right there.
I wouldn't even say he's a Snyder bot. This guy's just an asshole.
That's what a Snyder bot is. Believe me, if you like Snyder, that doesn't make you a Snyder bot. A Snyder bot is a specific meaning. It doesn't mean you like Snyder or you like. I'm talking about people who are obnoxious, sniping little gutter snipes who trash anyone that doesn't like it. That's right. Snyder bot's not anyone who happens to like the movie. That's why I always want to lay that out. This guy is a Snyder. Well, I think Tom calls them Snyder Bros because he gets attacked by them as well. Snyder bot, Snyder Bro. No, if you're a Snyder fan, doesn't make you a Snyder bot. I want to be clear. This guy is one.
Yeah, I mean, it's and I don't even care if he is a Snyder bot. I don't give a shit about that portion. It's the fact that he didn't give me anything in this video. And he ends it with this, like sticking his tongue out at me and being like, "I win, you lose."
What they do. That's what they do, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I've never interacted with a Snyder bot before. But
boy, hell yeah,
I have. I guess I'm just new to that.
No. You're better off, believe me.
Yeah.
But you're right.
He's just an asshole. I think that's an objective fact at this point. Anybody else want to, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Josh, what do you think of him?
Yeah, Josh.
I think he is a nice person who made me see the light. Thank you, Jesus.
Oh my God, born again. Amen.
I'm ordering the Blu-ray right now.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ruined it.
I did not.
That was bad.
Like you both said, I was willing to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. He seemed pretty affable for most of the video, but that ending was just okay. Fuck off.
Yeah.
So petulant child. Like,
yep.
He could have just said, "I like it. You guys don't. That's cool. We'll live." But no.
Yeah. What all did he say in this? He liked the effects.
Hope and sacrifice and Shakespearean.
Themes, and there's Shakespearean shit happening on Krypton. LOL. Superman saves people, even though they didn't show it in the movie, and I didn't show it in this video. You're wrong about this.
You're wrong if you don't like it.
You're wrong if you don't like it, and that's just yeah.
Incisive. It's just intelligent commentary. It's really great. It's cutting edge stuff.
That was disappointing because he actually did a lot of things kind of correct in this video as far as like, this is my opinion, you know, it's fine if you don't like it. Like, there's a lot of things in this video that I was like, okay, like this might be the best guy we've ever covered, and then you fucked it up with that in-screen. You didn't have to do that in-screen.
Well, now I see why it was 10 minutes and almost 11 minutes long, was because he said nothing. I mean, if you said it, if that had been 30 minutes of nothing, it's still, he said nothing other than, I like the movie. And until he got to that last part, this is what some people are saying about it that don't like it. Here's why I do like it. This is my rebuttal, which is he makes never makes a substantive argument of any kind. But he's basically saying, come on, guys, I like it, which is all fine and good. And
that's perfectly fine. Yep.
Yeah, I don't give a shit if you like something. But,
and by the way, it's not like he's saying you're a fucking asshole if you don't like, but he is saying, nope, you're nitpick and bias. I win. Bye-bye. That's child stuff. Again, you can do it. It's your channel, but you're being a petulant child.
Yeah. Yep. And yeah, if you like this movie, cool, man. Like, I'm totally down with the fact that you like this movie. But this guy just made, how do I put this? He did not make any
valid points.
Yes, he didn't make any valid points, and he didn't make people who like this movie look good, just in general.
No,
like so, man.
Yeah, it's just like, look, dude, it's cool. You like it. I mean, we're granted, we're beating up on this video, but it's because he doesn't say anything. He makes no valid points, like you said. There's no substance to it, and at the end, it's like it's basically, I like it. You're a big poopy head if you don't.
You know, I like Chris. I like the idea of treating this movie as Elseworlds, like, and then that's it.
I like treating as if it never happened, but they won't let me.
It's like, okay, fine. Like, in my mind, I can justify that a bit. My more pressing issue is it's not objectively a good movie. It's not, and like I said. I love the Saw films. All of them. I love all of the Saw films. And they are not good. They're not good movies. But I absolutely love them to death. And you know what? That's okay.
Just it's okay to like anything.
No, don't be a pretentious asshole. That is the theme. So our two themes for this podcast are hope, just the general word of hope, and don't be a pretentious asshole. Yay!
Yeah. I mean, for example, if you're joking around with your friends and say, I like it. If you don't like it, screw you, buddy. You're joking around, you're cutting up. But this is a video that you put out there to the general public. The people might not know you. You could be a little bit more professional on your channel. This is why I like it. And I understand some people don't, and that's fine. But it's kind of it's not like, it's just kind of a unclassy way to end the video. Something not offensive. I'm not pissed off. I'm just kind of laughing. I'm like, you just lumped yourself in with all those childish fools who for years wished death on me because I didn't like the movie and criticized it, even though have plenty of people on my show that did like it all the time. I had videos made about me, pissed off at me for daring to criticize it, writing my review and stuff. I made so many people angry with it back in 2013 with my review, and then what I did on my show about it, which, by the way, again, had multiple shows with people who did like it. And that was fine, and they're good friends. And these were people who were I got trolled. I got all kind of nasty messages. And I'm like, dude, I'm disliking a movie. It's okay. It's not really. You're taking it personally, and you shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's my most hated movie of all time until The Last Jedi came along. Now I'm taking it off the list completely because it's good and we're wrong.
Yeah, no, we're wrong. We're just nitpicking.
Yep, that's true.
Anyway.
Well, what can you do? It was fun though.
Yeah, that was actually one of the lesser excruciatingly mind-numbing videos that we've watched. So
I was about to back up your point there, Eris, where you said this guy was on pace to be the best video we've covered so far.
Yeah, he was.
And then he just pissed it away at the end.
Yeah.
Because at some point, usually on these streams, I have to take a moment because it's just
you let out the battle angel.
My brain is going numb from how ridiculous these and nothing happened in the stream. And I was like, okay, this is good, we're good. And then that last ruined it.
I mean, I almost lost it with the Goyer is Shakespeare.
Oh wow!
Oh
man, yeah. I mean, like what you want to like, dude. Just leave Shakespeare out of it. I mean, come on, man.
Disliking a movie, literally the end of the world. Oh
yes,
guys, did we end the world accidentally by disliking a movie?
Yeah, I just checked Twitter. The world ended. I just checked.
Oh no!
Google it.
Oh God!
Well,
the internet doesn't.
If it's on Twitter, it has to be true.
Yeah, the internet doesn't lie. Oh God!
And you also went 4 hours.
Yeah, that's actually a shorter stream than we usually do. So that's why I said this guy was on par for it. I mean, it's he didn't.
Yeah, we tend to average about 5
hours.
Oh,
about
wow,
5 to 5.5 hours. Yeah. So this was great, guys.
Yeah.
Almost right at 4 hours.
Well done. Yeah. I'll be streaming again and up tonight. So I'll probably end up going 4 hours again.
Yeah. How are you? What's going on your channel, Clobberin?
Every Saturday night. Oh, every Saturday night, it's Saturday Night Star Trek. The wonderful Raquel Briggs and I were reviewing all of Star Trek, real Star Trek, 66 to 05 only the real stuff. We're getting toward the end of the season 1. We do 4 episodes a night because if you did it one episode,
yeah.
it takes some time.
My
God.
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely, and that takes us almost to the 3 to 4 hour range sometimes. And we review 4 episodes, and then of course we're going to do the original series, we're going to do the animated series, the movies, TNG, DS9, Voyager, and Enterprise. In other words, only real Trek. So.
Wow, nice.
That's actually kind of interesting because one of the things I'm doing this year is watching I'm going to try to watch all of real Star Trek in chronological order.
Nice. That's what we're doing.
I'm almost at the end of Enterprise season 3.
I'm a big defender of Enterprise. I actually love the show, and we did a show not too long ago defending Enterprise. A couple of weeks, Raquel and I. So
this is my second time watching Enterprise. It's better than I remembered on my initial watch. I still think Archer is too stupid in the beginning.
I don't know. I liked it from the beginning, and this is coming from a guy who did not like Quantum Leap. Thought it was a chick show. When I thought the Quantum Leap, God, not watching that stuff. And now I just I love Archer. So I don't know if I agree with that one, but I'm glad you don't just hate it outright like most people do. It takes a lot of hatred. But I love it.
It's mostly just lost opportunities for me, especially in the first 2 seasons when all the temporal Cold War stuff. Get rid of all that. It should have been
I don't
Archer exploring and meeting all these alien races and building relationships with them. Kind of what we got toward the end of season 4.
Yeah, but the typical
that's what the series should have been, leading up to the foundation of the Federation.
But it's only there a little bit in the first couple of seasons. I don't like it, but it's not. It's only till they finally finish it up at the beginning of season 4 and a little bit of 3. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't like it.
Alien Nazi is just one of the worst things I've ever seen.
That's season 4 though. But yeah, I didn't like that they used that. Hate's a strong word. At the same time, it wasn't every episode. It was popped up once in a while. But I hear you. I'm no defending it. It was a mistake. Just like making the Cindy arc last the whole season was a bit of a mistake. So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. So Star Trek stream tonight.
Yeah, Monday night I'll have doing some comics, and then Wednesday night Open Geekness, and Thursday daytime for my International Geek Squad.
Nice. The link for tonight or Clobberin Times stream tonight is in the chat. So,
thank you, Chris Persia. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And you're still working on the books. Yes. The chapters, the books.
I actually finished the recording for the book yesterday.
Goodness.
So I'm now in the process of editing them for videos, and I'm hoping either next week or the week after I should be able to start releasing them.
Oh my goodness. Nice. Awesome. And as for me, I think tomorrow I'm supposed to be on the Valkyries channel discussing the latest episode of WandaVision at I think it's 2 p.m. CST. And then either Monday or Tuesday, I don't know which one yet, Batwoman with Loki. Because I like to torment myself. So, yeah. And I had to go a whole week without Batwoman. There was no Batwoman last week because of football. I think that's
right, because apparently the football audience crosses over with Batwoman.
Heavily, obviously, because I was watching football instead of Batwoman. So obviously, I am the reason they did not show Batwoman on Sunday night. So
such a
the world owes you a debt. The world owes you a debt.
Yeah. So yay! We get more Batwoman. So I'm so excited. Can you tell? I'm so excited. Yeah.
Isn't that stupid new Superman show coming on this week or no?
I have no idea.
Maybe not.
I don't know.
Oh, CW sucks.
It does.
Yeah.
Oh, well, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do?
Well, I do appreciate you having me on here. Time to run to go get ready for everything. I am so honored to be here and hang out with you extraordinary fellers and ladies.
Thank you.
I've watched it. I'm always enjoy watching the streams when you guys, even though you try to give me a heart attack while doing videos about the horrible R. Abrams drivel trek. It's still fun because you guys do a wonderful job on that. So.
Oh yes! Oh my God, I'm terrible. I'm terrible at this. So Clobberin and I will be on the Comic Book Roundtable at 7 p.m. CST on Tuesday, and it will be on 24/7 Fusion Media's channel. So.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. For more Heiress of Chaos. Yes.
Hail Loki and hail Valhalla. Thank you, Chris Persia, the great Chris Persia. Yeah.
Woo! So, all right. So I will see y'all tomorrow and the day after, possibly, and definitely the day after that. So, yeah.
It was a pleasure hanging out with you, Josh. Come on the channel sometime and hang with me, and you too, Heiress. You gotta come hang with me again.
I know. I got it.
I would love to come on. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness, making friends. Oh my God.
Oh no, socializing.
It's illegal now. We can't have that. So I will see y'all soon. Bye,
Later, chat.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.